for a redo. Might run out of time. So why can't we just pause and press rewind? When I'm not with you, boy, you got me hoping for a redo. I know that you're wrong. I know that you're
constantly changing, always rearranging, always rearranging, always rearranging. That is constantly changing, always rearranging, always rearranging. Constantly changing, always rearranging, always rearranging, always rearranging. That is constantly changing, always rearranging, always rearranging, always rearranging.
talk, every stolen kiss, every late night walk, every secret wish, every second chance, every time we dance underneath the light of street lamp.
Just believe me, even if the words don't come out, they're here inside my head, stuck inside my mouth.
Hello, everybody. My name is SpanCargo, and I am going to be the one casting Quarantine League Season 7 here. And yeah, I just want to introduce myself. We're going to have 6 games tonight. Today's our first day, starting on Miramar, and then we're going to get into our last 2 games of Erangel after that. Let's take a look at our player list really quickly. Here we go. Here is our player list. Here's everybody who is going to be playing during Quarantine League Season 7. And up in the top right corner, as you can see, this is the format. So at the end of this, the prizes are first place, 400, second, 200, third, 100, and then per most points, $33. That means every single game, not the winners of the match, but whoever has the most points of the match will win $33. And then as each day goes by, I will be updating this image to show how much money each team gets after every day. So, yeah, that's about it. That's the format. It's just regular esport loot spawn. Nothing special there, but yeah, I'm really excited to get started. We have a long time ahead of us, and let's get to it. I mean, already they're in the plane, and let's go take a look at that. So as we can see, this plane for our first game is not too ideal, to be honest. It is super far to the north side, starting right next to Pozo and going right above El Azahar, so there are going to have to be some teams that have to go somewhere else. There's going to be some displacement. So that means that we might end up seeing some hot drops. Originally, in the hot drop channel, there weren't too many teams that actually were hot dropping, but because of this plane, well, I mean, we'll end up watching and seeing here. Let's zoom on in a little bit. So far, it looks like at the beginning of the plane, it's not too bad. But as we go on, we can see some of these guys kind of mixing on up. They might do a good job anyway, because like I said, there is actually a drop spot map that was created for Quarantine League, so everybody not wanting to drop on each other earlier game are going to try to spread out. I mean, the downsides of an early fight are that you might lose someone immediately. It's just an RNG. You might not get the gun you want, and if you're down a player, that's going to be really hard for you the rest of the game. So early fights do not want. They're going to try and land further away from each other, even if that means having to pay attention to the initial drop. And there is also our first circle. That's going to be centering around Bandita and Minas here. We can already see No Cap are actually looting there, while everybody else outside of the circle are going to have to move in. So while they are looting, I will talk a little bit more about Quarantine League. So like I said, we are Season 7, and apparently there is one team that is undefeated since they've been playing. So it'll be interesting to see if they continue that trend. Can anyone guess it? I mean, I'm going to spoil it very shortly, but if any of y'all guess it correctly, pat yourself on the back. But it is actually Tactical 8, as we can see here. They are the ones all the way over here in El Azahar. Let's go fly around them real quick. See, they're all going to the good loot patterns where they can each get spread out and grab a vehicle. They're not too far from zone either, so they're going to be very easily inside. So the only one currently out. So yeah, Tac 8. Previous winners will end up seeing if they did it again. Also, super quickly, as we're watching this unfold, soon the rotation should start, is if you guys want to see the leaderboard. Obviously, there's nothing going to be there quite yet, but if you guys want to see the leaderboard, do not forget to do ! leaderboard in the chat, or ! stats. What the stats are is they're actually player stats. So Twire, our lovely data grabbers here, they're going to be the ones giving us our leaderboard, giving us those player stats, and it's really interesting to look at that kind of data. So ! leaderboard, ! stats throughout this. So far, it doesn't seem like there are too many early rotators. It is around 1 minute now, so this is where the early rotations would start happening, but because this zone is so very centralized, it doesn't seem like anybody is too motivated to move quite yet. Early rotators are usually ones that are really close to a priority position, that they want to go and grab it before anyone else does, or people that they're like so eons far away that they need to get closer somehow. But otherwise, people who stay later, they're the ones that they'll have the most armor, the most loot, util, the guns they want, more ammo. and all of that good stuff that they're going to need for the rest of the game. That's why if anybody is extremely far away from zone, you usually see them staying there until zone starts pushing them in. Because by the time they're inside zone, people could already be fighting, and they'll have all the util and meds and armor possible, while everybody else might not. And that gives them a slight advantage. There you go. Here starts the rotations. We can already see VaLor moving out of San Martin very slowly. I won't be surprised if they're going to go prioritize grabbing Graveyard. It looks like True Sight here also getting really close to Rise. Let's go look at that and see if they get too close to each other. Right now, there should be a huge mountain in their way. See Shirky moving on up there in the distance. Looks like they're not going to go too far just yet, stopping at these shanties buildings. Where Rise Moratorium is, this hill is actually a great scouting spot. Up here you can see a lot of places, and then it's usually not a place to play, but a place to rotate. So I wouldn't be surprised if he sends Shirky off to a different position. He grabs his buggy soon and continues moving as well. Yeah. There we go, berry vibes. I was gonna say, also the people who usually take these shanties try and grab some of these hills here. So it looks like berry vibes may be trying to like spot out what is safe and what is not. Now running towards that top of the hill so you can climb on top of it. Will Moratorium end up spotting him out though? Oh, it looks like someone else from True Sight spotted Moratorium out first. It's not how we're going to be our first knock. Our first knock is actually going to go to add it onto Kite from Nightly Esports. And it looks like the flush is also going to come out. It looks like maybe they're attempting for the rotation. Kite out in the open, gets knocked and immediately flushed. Sneak Attack continuing his rotation to the rest of his teammates at this prio building, essentially splitting up NoCap. Let's take a look at this map. I mean, NoCap already super split up. It looks like Oldless now has a team in between him and his teammates. It's probably just going to end up staying there for a while. I mean, this large split, if you have that priority and you know you can go grab a bunch of these compounds for free and you can hold these well, you should spread out because you don't know where this next zone is going to go. It's around the second, third zone shift when you can start predicting where the zone goes. But on the first one, it's completely random. We can see VaLor here getting a little bit closer, going exactly to Graveyard, like expected. Everybody else now slowly moving on in. It looks like the most amount of teams are on our north side here. As you can see, the Los Leones there is completely open. Same with Impala Picado. I mean, these compounds down on the south here are not that bad, so... You can see that it looks like Moratorium might be going and exploring some of these compounds too. But otherwise, everybody is currently still rotating on in. Not too much fighting except for this here. A little bit of shooting back and forth. With this position, I don't think they're going to be a full-out fight anytime soon, but they are definitely going to take this opportunity to shoot at each other, make their armor break, make them use meds, anything to deplete their resources, and it looks like pop some tires, you know? You don't want them to be able to rotate out here. It looks like it might have already happened to this vehicle here, yeah. It looks like Nightly Esports might only be down to one vehicle, and Sneak Attack is currently trying to move it. Oh, two, look, they have a Murado in there as well. There you go. It looks like Oldless might actually be stranded here. I think he might have run. Oh, no, there's a car. I was gonna say, there's usually an esports spawn right here by this compound, so he did in fact grab it. It looks like Ascendance is shooting at a member of Dips Free, number 1 Potato, currently as he was rotating on by them. Doesn't look like too much damage ended up hitting. His vehicle is a little bit damaged, but he is fine. Not a scratch on him. Otherwise, the rest of Dips Free are super far away from this location, so he's trying to meet up with the rest of his team there. See, a lot of bullets actually continuing to go towards them. It's currently Boomers trying to hold them out on this side. Meanwhile, other teams such as those guys are going for a wide rotation all the way on the south side. I mean, when they eventually end up coming up, they're going to have a lot of this for free unless they run into Gang Gang, Orangutan, or Rise. The zone is going to be closing any second now, and everybody should be staying right beside their vehicles to immediately start their drive to a better position. Let's see if that ends up happening here. And see some people getting in their cars, already driving on over. Yeah, looks like Unorthodox moving. Looks like Orion might backfill them. Surprisingly, it doesn't look like No Cap is going to be moving anytime soon. I mean, they have this massive split, but they can't stay split for long. There we go, actually. Okay, the North 2 members of No Cap are in fact meeting up with at least one of their teammates now at it here. He's no longer going to be alone at the stable compound, and it looks like it is going to be Unorthodox that is taking their previous position. Here we go, TAC 8 also coming on in, sending it into Minas Generales. I mean, it's usually pretty safe to assume that that is open on such an early shift. Ooh, Bloob is actually attempting to get all the way to Old List, so they are going to play this as a 2-2 split if he does not go down here, and there we go, he seems safe. You can see that there was some actually shooting up here. Looks like Silverline and San Diego Rarity did end up rotating right next to each other, but not too much damage to come out to knock anyone down. Silverline still outside of the zone, getting back into their vehicles and continuing on their rotation here. Let's see if N8 ends up stopping any of them over here on top of this hill as VaLor is about to drive right on by. There he is. He spots out VaLor. He's currently hiding behind the tree, waiting for anybody else to come in. I mean, now with the drive-by meta, it's very scary to go for a spray onto anybody here, to be honest. Because they can fight back. They can just swap to a different seat and shoot you and down you instead of the opposite way, so that's exactly why he didn't end up shooting at anyone. If it was the old meta, he definitely would have shot there. There we go. Now choosing to shoot from afar because that is far safer. They're now going to be rotating towards True Sight. This is where the next growing pains are going to occur. So you can see a lot of these teams right on top of each other. This next zone shift is going to force these guys to fight. Right now, it seems like they're all pretty okay in their locations, but after this, not so soon. Here we go. Looks like those guys also rotating on in now. If they only hear that it's just Moratorium here, they might end up crashing onto this. Let's go take a look at that. Currently trying to drive in the fields, trying to see if it's free. I think they ended up hearing Moratorium's fires, and that is enough for them to be like, nope, we don't want to go there. That's too scary. That's okay. We'd rather play it safe than sorry in this, because remember, I mean, you got money for the most points in a game. So here we go. It did seem like there was a lot of shooting happening over here. Looks like Vahio and Nitrogen from Gang Orangutan are a little bit down, slowly healing. I did see some fire thrown at them from both Boomers and Rise Esports. You can see here TAC 8 actually spread out as well, trying to surround Tilt Town a little bit, it seems. This next zone almost going to close, and not every single team has a home yet. San Diego Rarity and those guys are still currently driving around. Here we go. Here's the pop, and it is going to stay a little bit centered, but to the left. Southwest here, centering kind of around Boomer's position, to be honest, in this dip. So this is surely going to make some of these teams start this fight. Looks like VaLor, Colton, and Jeppy are going to be the ones in the center. Dips Free going to be the first ones to push on up. We can see Colton jumping. I feel like he has an idea. Oh, and he's going to look over, spot out Potato, and there goes some fire spray. It's not going to hit him. Potato instantly pulls out his suppressed M4 and is backing up to a better ridge where his teammate currently is. Don't want to be in too bad of a position. I don't think they know how many people are up there, so they're going to play it very carefully here. Go take a look at what else they're doing. It does seem like they did push a little bit closer, still on these ridges, still being very cautious. They're now right beside each other. There you go, Colton throwing a little bit of a barrel spray towards them. Oops, spotting out Treepers now up on top of the hill, throwing some bullets at each other. I think he's also getting shot from afar on this. Yep, there it is. Some damage coming in from You So Ugly from Unorthodox all the way inside South Minas here. As you can see, everybody else still figuring out how to get inside. It looks like Tech 8 are going to go take up Bendita. Those guys are getting really close to Rise. Looks like they're throwing some bullets into their building, but they're safely inside cover. It's going to be Moratorium that is outside of their compound trying to get more info. Currently at a shack. I'd be very careful with that situation because no one is there to res you. Oh, and here comes the rotation from Silverline Esports. A lot of bullets flying towards them from Tilt Town. As you can see, Tilt Town themselves have not decided to start their rotation just yet. Honey Badger seem to have stopped to scout momentarily, and they're currently going to go take the compound that Tech 8 previously was at. And it looks like, speaking of Tech 8 and Tilt Town, Enraged Zealot is going to get a knock onto Savage here. Ooh. A lot of damage onto Shaju, who's currently trying to res him. Don't quite know how that damage got in there, probably from Ascendance or Badger, but it looks like Honey Badger actually was caught out by Ascendance. Now a lot of bullets into his vehicle, having to throw a lot of smokes to try and disengage off of this. He's probably going to be able to successfully create this smoke trail if he moves fast enough. So as we can see, Beck is already trying to run out to spot him. But if Beck overpeaks this, he will be shot at by the rest of his team. Nope, and he decided it is not worth it. That guy is gone. Here comes the rotation from Tilt Town 2. Let's see where they end up having to go because they are outside zone. They are going to be taking a lot of zone damage on this, a lot of bullet damage on them, and they're actually crashing Silverline Esports. There we go. VaLor and Greta getting a lot of damage onto Shaju. A down Evil Piccolo is still alive at 1 HP, but there goes the knock as well from Enraged Zealot. Tech 8 getting involved from afar. Is now just down to 2 members. Savage now at 1 HP, and Stone Storm, will they make it inside the building? Nope, he will not. It's now just down to Stone Storm pushing on this building. You can see Honey Badger is coming around the side, but he is still going to be getting shot, yep, from the front. 3 HP, spots out Honey Badger, but unfortunately he will to be taken out, and Silverline hooks out, annihilates Tilt 10, as we can see from that notification. Moo Cow Cow was down as well in this fight, but he is going to get res. It looks like Take was trying to get involved, steal some of those kills, and do damage on that, but now everybody should safely be inside, and this zone have shifted away again, further to the west. Here we go. Ascendance also wanting to get involved or slowly pulling up. You can see they're Z-keying up onto this hill. They know that whoever is in this compound, they're going to be able to successfully hold out, and that's exactly what they want to do for right now, to also still continuing to try and get any sort of information that they don't have in the zone. Here, oh my gosh, it looks like even True Sight here, threading the needle a little bit right between two teams, Unorthodox and Orion. Zolmax driving straight by Skazga, almost getting run over by Barry Vibes. Let's see what Skazga does. There's a car right in front of you. It doesn't seem like he's going. There we go. The spot out happens and he takes down Barry Vibes. Orion was in these dips first. Looks like Broke Status was down too. However, Zolmax against 2 Orion members. He is currently at 10 HP, throwing out as much use to kill as he can. It's like Skazga holding a nade is going to toss that right on the car, but he's already going to be down, and that nade is actually going to flush him out. I'm sorry for the little bit lag I have, y'all. Hopefully that'll go away. A lot of death happening now. We can see that VaLor themselves up on top of this kill are getting a lot of kills from the people below them trying to get inside zone here. And even a lot of damage happening on this eastern side between 3 whole teams, but 3 teams instantly taken down to 2 as Rise Esports is going to be eliminated in 15th place. It is now those guys versus Tech 8. William is currently down. They tried to throw out some smokes to save him, but he is going to be flushed out, but you cannot redo. Now being forced to back up off of this, they did not get to the top of this hill fast enough. There we go. Flax actually peeking on over. A nice spray by Destinator. Unfortunately not going to hit any bullets, and now tossing down some utility to try and dissuade them from pushing up on them. It looks like they're going to have to figure out another way to get inside zone, but I don't think they're going to be able to, honestly, because Ascendance is holding them out as well. And here comes Babbler GG from behind, the last remaining member from Silverline Esports, it seems. There we go. Looks like Zraven is going to be the first one that spots someone out from Take 8. Is going to down Zealot here. Now continuing to shift around, move so he doesn't get hit by anything, trying to spot out anybody else from this team. There's only 2 Take 8 members left. You can also see in the feed that a lot more fighting is happening on this north side. Let's go look at that as everybody's currently being held out. It's a fight between Orion, Unorthodox, and No Cap. Still looks like Orion down to 3 members, Unorthodox with 2 and 1 currently down, and No Cap currently in this fight having to back up off of this. Let's try and reload, and as we can see, this fight is going to have to actually happen faster because of the zone shift. It's only No Cap from these teams that are currently inside this zone. He's so ugly currently a lot of mollies onto his shack, but they aren't going inside. But his teammate, oh no, wait, not even his teammate. VaLor from afar is going to down Dirty Zin here, and You So Ugly now on fire finally from that Molotov that Maxilla through there is going to take him down. It is now just Jail Day left for Unorthodox and Skazka at this rock. It looks like he's trying to peek him and figure out where exactly he went. A lot of these people are going to be pushing on in. As we can see, this fight between VaLor and Dipstree are going to happen at the same time. Grant Atlanta's actually taking a lot of damage as Treeper's the first one for Dipstree, pushing first. Will he spot out him? He might have seen his gun. There we go. A nice headshot is going to instantly get the down to 76 HP. Did he spot out Colton too? He did, but that spray isn't going to be enough. An instant trade out. Pluis now trying to push on over, but Jeppy aim from afar. VaLor, they are holding them off from that overview. J-Snow for Life is further back. If they don't push off of this very soon, they're going to be taking a lot of zone damage with multiple people above them. But Pluis with a really nice nade ends up taking down Colton and Grant Atlantis once again. So now it is a 3v2 almost. But it is going to be VaLor with a little bit of the advantage here up here. They have the ridge. They have the distance. They just have to wait for Dipstree to push into them. Oh, there he is. End up spotting out Pluis too, and a 1 nice headshot tap of that SKS is going to take him down. He's instantly going to stop peeking to heal a little bit, and now it's just down to Treepers and J-Snow pushing immediately into this, trying to use that smoke for any sort of cover as Xtor Zero is now throwing some util towards Gang Orangutan. It looks like TAC 8 had to follow Ascendance in their footsteps. He's now going to be taken out. It looks like they tried to fight 2 teams, actually, Ascendance and Nightly Esports here. It looks like Babbler, however, the last remaining member of Silverline, is still alive for his team, successfully hiding on this ridge here. No Cap also ended up condensing, so all 4 of them are still up in a really good compound. This zone is probably going to continue to center in this area, so they are going to have the ability to hold out a bunch of these guys in the northern compound for them. Oh wow, Arson actually at 4 HP ended up taking the last member of True Sight. Of VaLor, rather. Now having to crawl. That zone damage is going to be too much. However, if he makes it inside, then he'll be able to get res. But as of right now, it doesn't look like it is possible, especially because of the nade thrown in by Gang Orangutan. And that with that second one, Retaliative is going to get that kill. Tetra is going to get that kill. There we go. Now eliminated. Here's our top 8 teams. These are the teams that are going to get some placement points. Let's see who ends up going out first with that 1 point. There's not too many places to play here. As you can see, these teams are just playing this large ridge. Boomers are the only ones occupying this small dip, slowly getting punished from being there. Reiner on the other side of the dip, and then of course everybody outside of it. Those guys currently taking shots at No Cap. Oh, it looks like their solo Babbler GG actually getting involved and taking down Adit. Is now trying to spot out Ascendance, but it's going to be Imalif that spots him first. A little bit of damage into him, and now it looks like the rest of Ascendance are pushing onto Gribbles, the last remaining member of Nightly Esports, currently trying to dissuade them from coming on up with a lot of stuns. How many does he have? I swear he threw like 5. Oh, and there he goes, vaulting out of the window. He threw all those stuns to try and make it so they couldn't hear his vault, and I think it was successful so far. Babbler directly to the north. A Molotov was thrown in, but he actually, wait. Oh, he got hit by Oldless. For a second there, I thought he went out to the zone. Oldless is going to take him out. He is going to get the 1 placement point for his team. And there we go. Ascendance now running outside the building as Gribbles is taking a lot of phase 6 damage. Is going to spot out both of them from behind and take them out. Ascendance is eliminated in 7th, and Gribbles is going to keep on running at 8 HP. That zone is very close to him on the behind. If he gets 1 tick of damage from that zone, he'll be taken down. And now he actually successfully did it, but here it comes. As we mentioned, he's just going to be held out from everybody inside this zone. Will he be able to heal again, or will he die to zone is the question. And unfortunately, he's not going to be able to pop that first aid off soon enough. So Nightly Esports is going to be eliminated as well. No Cap, knowing that they can't stay in this compound any longer, are trying to push up onto this hill, shooting a lot towards those guys. Lemon Squeezy actually taken out by Dirty. Zen is just your boy Cowboy left. A lot of these teams are super spread out currently. There we go. Dirty Zen doesn't look like he has any damaging offensive util, but it doesn't matter because getting shot in the back from Old List, those guys are going to be eliminated as well. Dirty Zen is now looking for No Cap. Let's go take a look at our top killers, basically. As we can see here, Orion with the most amount of kills still have 3 up, then No Cap with 3 up. Boomers with still a 4-man, and then Gang Orangutan as a 4-man as well. Our third, both of these teams in third place currently only have 1 kill each, but they do have the numbers. And let's see if those will end up being enough to get on top. I mean, our kill leaders right now currently has 8 kills. Looks like the next person that's going to have a really hard time getting in is going to be Sambuca for Boomers. I mean, right exactly to their north is No Cap, watching all of the movements to make sure they don't miss out on a kill. And directly to the west is Gang Orangutan. It actually looks like Ohio successfully got really close to D-Stem so far by crawling in this grass. Right now, he is just playing it super still, though. None of these teams want to make any wrong missteps, so they're going to play this super slow. Make the blue zone be the aggressor on this and push them slowly into each other. Looks like he ended up really committing to the snake part, dropping a lot of stuff onto the ground, actually, so it's even harder to spot him out. Let's see what Retaliative sees. It looks like he ended up spotting out D-Stem from Boomers inside of the hay bales. Oh, he ends up spotting out Sambuca. 2 shots onto him immediately with that SLR. Unfortunately, isn't going to be able to land a last one, but it's his teammate Nitrogen that does with a mini. Sambuca is down, and looks like Ploob from No Cap takes out D-Stem too. So 2 members of Boomers taken out from 2 entirely different teams. Oh, but Oldlist is actually going to go ahead and steal the point onto Sambuca. Now this is a situation of who fights first. Because whoever fights first, everybody else is going to instantly follow and push that aggressively. It actually looks like Orion has a really far spot here that's going to be working out successfully for them, spotting out No Cap, and Dirty Zen is going to be their close man who can see Gang Orangutan and can hear the fighting happening from Boomers. Oh, he ends up getting taken down, but Retaliative, is he going to be able to get that kill? It looks like he is. The rest of Boomers currently now just up to Wazuppy. A lot of damage being thrown onto them by both Gang and No Cap. Hopefully that damage is now diverted from him. That attention, rather Retaliative, it looks like he is going to be able to get res by Tetra currently. And with this next zone shift, it is going to go to the advantage of Orion and No Cap on this zone. As you can already see, Old List for No Cap is trying to play like a little bit of a spoiler position almost. He's playing outside zone, trying to spot out Gang Orangutan. Finally, they ended up pushing onto Boomers, taking out the last member, so we're just down to 3 teams. But the 4-man Gang Orangutan has to push into one of these teams, and it's going to be Orion. And on their rotation, Orion and No Cap are both going to be shooting at them. What Gang needs to happen right now is for No Cap and Orion to push off of each other, but I don't think that's going to happen. As you can see, they're very, very stuck on the positions they have, so it's going to be Gang and whoever else that starts the next altercation. Oh, it's actually Orion. They're trying to make a rotation here, closer into zone, closer to Dirty Zen, so they can help out their teammate. Looks like they're going to successfully make it, however, now, like I said, is just down to Gang Orangutan, trying to get a little bit further into zone. It looks like they do have a little bit of the dip that they're currently occupying inside zones, so they don't have to move quite yet. Ohio still being a sneaky snake in the grass, though. This could change the game for Gang Orangutan, unless Oldless just spotted him out there. Oh, I think he did. Oldless putting a spray towards Ohio. Unfortunately, that Ohio is going to be cut out in a really bad position. There he goes, continuing to try and snake off of this, throwing a lot of util towards them. Nitrogen end up driving on in. Plube trying to spray him now. Let's see if he's going to try and get on top of this rock so he can see better. A lot of the smoke is covering a lot of sight lines. He is still trying to throw out some sort of util to stop a push, cause confusion. Oh, he spots out Nitrogen, but it's going to be Nitrogen that stands up and gets the down with that N4, instantly laying back down to heal on up. Let's see what Hazelton's shooting at. He's actually shooting at Orion. I think they need to choose someone to fight. Looks like Orion now going to go and be in charge of this dot. Who is Gang going to push and who is NoCap going to shoot at? That is the question. Looks like Oldest currently getting the res onto Plube. Nitrogen slowly crawling in through the smoke. Right in front of him are the NoCap members, but I don't think he can see that in all of this. Not at all. Soon he'll be out in the open, and let's see who ends up spawning each other first. Nitrogen, this is a very interesting play by you. There he is standing on up now. Oh, but still gets spotted out by Oldest first. The instant down and the attempt for a flush comes on out. The rest of Gang is just down to Ohio left. Now trying to prone and wait for Oldest's team, NoCap and Orion to continue the fighting. It actually looks like it is a 1v1 v3 off of this. I'm actually extremely surprised, but... There we go. It actually, killing spree. NoCap with 3 up actually have a killing spree of around 11 kills now. Ohio getting 1 down, 2 down. It's just down to Ohio and Hazelton. Hazelton does have more HP, and it is going to end up working for him. NoCap wins our first game of Quarantine League Season 7 with 13 kills. I think we can definitely be very sure that they are going to get the point bonus for our first game here. Wow, just look at that. Oldest with 6 kills, Hazelton with 4, Plube and Adib with 2 and 1 each as well. That was very well played by NoCap. That was very well played. I mean, there's nothing else to say. Other notable killers are going to be Maxtilla Kanga with 4 kills, Skazka with 3. Cannot Redo with 3, Gribbles with 4, Magical with 3, and then we can see a lot of 2s and 1s. That was very well played by NoCap. They didn't push out until they absolutely had to, and I think that's what ended up having them with the success. I will be back very shortly with the next game with some leaderboard action. I'll see you guys very soon. Don't go anywhere. Wrong button real quick. Hello everybody, I am back. This is SpanCargo. We're about to go into our second game of our Quarantine League Season 7 start. But first of all, we want to see a leaderboard. And I have those for you guys right here. Let's go take a look at that. Will that generate here? There we go. It will generate a little bit small. I will definitely fix that for next time. But as we can see here, No Cap is in fact in first place with 23 total points. Second is going to be Orion with 14, then Gang Gang with 9. Those guys with 8, Ascendance in 5th with 7, then Silverline, Nightly, and VaLor taking up our top 8 spots here on the leaderboard. Actually, while this is happening, why don't I just fix this right now? Otherwise, the game will be starting very shortly, and I mean, with the last game already happening, we want some we want some more good vibes. Whatever teams you guys were rooting for, be sure to go on ahead and put a little bit of of a shout out to them. If they have a logo that you guys can put in the chat, if they have a copy pasta, go ahead and put that in there for a little bit, get them good vibes going. Make sure that this next game will go a little bit better for them or continue a good game for them. But let's move on over to the plane path. There you go. As you can see, way better, a bigger improvement than last time, starting all the way up towards Cobb, down past Los Leones. It's a very nice center plane, so luckily nobody ended up dropping on each other last time with a very northern plane, but this one, since it is so spread out, I think the chances of a hot drop are even smaller. So immediately, there we go, Silverline going for Cobb. We can see Tiltown going off towards Cruz. I mean, that's their usual drop spot, is Tori Terra Bronca, if I'm not mistaken. Rise Esports going around Crater Fields as well. But what is this, actually? I know Ascendance Esports definitely claimed Pozo. It looks like San Diego Rarity getting a little bit close as well. Let's see if they'll end up going into Pozo or if they're going to attempt to go further. Otherwise, looks like everybody is staying further away. It looks like broke status for Ryan actually ended up not being able to jump immediately, so he's going to be forced to go loot some of those compounds down below Picado. The rest of his team all the way up here by water treatment. And our usual 2 teams in Los Leones. I mean, in Los Leones, a team can play on the north side and the south side and not get involved with each other. But we'll end up seeing if that is true. Sometimes they end up pushing onto each other and be aggressive. Right now, it doesn't actually look like 2 of those guys got a little bit too close, because it's usually the northern team that takes this esports spawn that is spawned right here on this road. But instead of Boomers getting it, it is those guys that took it and went further south. So now those guys are going to have 2 esports spawns. There's the other one still untouched there on the southern side on that road. So Boomers are going to have to figure out another way to get a vehicle. Looks like Sambuca already has one, and they need to get a vehicle because if they want to rotate, I mean, they have priority on this zone to get somewhere really good. So they're going to have to loot up very quickly, find that vehicle, and get moving. It looks like Sambuca might have already claimed it over there inside the Sharky compound. Looking on over at El Pozo, it is actually, in fact, San Diego Rarity didn't attempt to leave Pozo. It looks like 2 of them are actually still inside. The other 2 are further outside of the city, but Ascendance usually aggressive on this inside scrims and such. I wouldn't be surprised if they left them alone this time. I'm gonna go finding a vehicle as well. Oh my goodness, what is this? There's actually, it looks like a fight happening in the center of the crater here between Chilla from Rise Esports and VaLor of Silverline. There we go, VaLor with a Scar trying to throw bullets into him right now, but Chilla using this vehicle very well for some sort of cover. Also with a Scar fully up though, trying to peek. It doesn't look like, oh, and it's actually going to be VaLor that wins that fight there. VaLor had a little bit more cover potentially, but there goes the flush out as well. Not quite sure how this situation came about, but VaLor, the rest of his teammates are inside of Cobb, far to the north. So he's going to try and grab that car and get away as fast as possible, which I think is a good idea because as you can see here, it looks like Fox for Rise is already trying to get onto the top here to see if he could throw any bullets towards him with that 8X Mini. And go now peeking on over where his previous teammate had just died. Not spawning him out. Does look like VaLor might be a little bit too far for any sort of revenge. Oh, he still didn't spawn him out either. Oh, there it is. Well, there you go. VaLor already going all the way up onto the hill. Probably bring that vehicle back to his team. Yep, as you can see here, Ascendance did actually already leave Pozo, driving on out, leaving San Diego Rarity alone. They're deciding that they're going to want a better position inside zone, so they're going to take this early. I mentioned that around a minute 30 is an early rotate. As you can see, it was like a minute 15, so they're right in the nook of it there. Now they all have 4 vehicles. You know, there was like an interesting discussion on whether, like previously, the meta for vehicles and rotations was 1 person per car. So every team would have up to 4 cars. But now there's been talks of the meta being like basically being 2 people per car, so just 2 cars per team, so that people can be scouting or shooting with this new spray meta. Oh my goodness, and speaking of the spray meta, it looks like we just missed it. Imaleaf actually took out Sociopath from Unorthodox by driving on by, and it looks like they're going to come back and crash onto the compound to see if anybody else is there, but at least secure that kill. Beck tried to actually go for the run over. It's not going to happen. Beck was actually taken super low in that altercation, it looks like, but now he was saved by his teammate and is going to have to heal on up before they continue their rotation. See William over here for Tactically 8, also hearing out Broke Status from Orion, trying to prone on the road. I don't quite know where Broke Status is going, but he is going west, so probably trying to go for a very long rotation around, especially since he is currently playing as a solo player for being so far away from the rest of his team. And as you can see here, no cap again with their usual splits here. Looks like they sent 1 to the south side of this road and 1 to the north side, taking up Sharky. Originally, Boomers had control of Sharky, but it looks like they ended up not wanting to take it, or still very close to Los Leones, taking the compound in this massive dip here instead. This is what I'm talking about. It's in between all of these mountains here. Not a terrible spot to play whatsoever, except that the zone doesn't come here too often. Looks like Orangutan around Puerto Priso as well, with a large split on this. Those guys going and taking the center ridges here. I mean, inside Miramar, I feel like in this kind of a zone, there's really a few places where it tends to go to. It's in these dips, it's in the center of Los Leones, and it's actually around here where we can see No Cap and True Sight currently occupied at. On the north side, we can see Unorthodox taking this big road in, as well as the rest of Orion going straight through Impala. Everybody else taking it very slow here, actually. Oh, there's actually a fight that occurred between Morns and Sambuca. Looks like Sambuca pulled up onto this ridge, but Nightly Esports were already there. Boomers was here earlier, but having left, and I assume not scouting on their way back, Nightly Esports was already there and ended up punishing one of them for it. Up, and that rotation from Unorthodox down this road, now getting shot at by both No Cap and True Sight here. Let's go take a look at that. I mean, usually in Miramar, people don't like to use the big roads unless they have an absolute massive rotation. Once you're this far inside zone, people usually prefer to take some dirt roads, to be honest. And look at that. It looks like Ugly is going to end up being taken down by his vehicle. I believe he was downed by someone else, but at least exploded by his own vehicle. the rest of Unorthodox actually trying to find some sort of cover. Oh, some sort of cover at the ramp. Fizzle almost ran over his teammate Jay all day, I feel like. That was so close. I got scared a little bit there for them. And other than that, I mean, a lot of these teams on the north side, still 4 teams on the north side, 2 teams on the west, and Broke Status, our little solo boy down there on the south side. Everybody else is occupying the centers. Not completely, though. So if any of these teams are able to send it past safely, of all these people already inside zone, they could find themselves a really nice place to play, but right now they're still taking their slow rotations on in. A few of them actually taking some zone damage. Looks like Unorthodox Fizzle is already driving further to the north side, not wanting to be here anymore. Look at that vehicle, it's actually on fire. It's at half HP. He's probably just trying to replace it. I think that's exactly what he's doing. He's just replacing it. Ooh, my game did not like that, actually. A little bit of a lag there, but there you go. Getting a new vehicle, fresh vehicle, so now if they decide to drive by anybody else, his vehicle at least has more than half HP on that. And as we can see, Ryan splitting up even further. Skazka ended up driving all the way to this compound in the center here. This 2 teammates at this rock. They're going to go meet him now after discovering that it is free to rotate to. Broke Status still on the south side. I don't quite know how he's going to meet up with the rest of his team, but if he continues down this road by Puerto Priso, surely a member from Gang Orangutan will find him out. So he needs to play this very carefully. There we go. There is the zone shift, and it's actually going to go far to the south. Los Leones straight on the north side of this is going to be TAC 8 that loves this hard shift, currently putting them in the very center spots. Everybody else looks like Broke Status just narrowly missed some sort of death from retaliative, now cutting inside zone. If he can grab this compound for his team, as you can see, his team's already sending it in. He might actually meet up with this team now, it being like, hey, I found us a really good spot. But everybody on this north side are going to be forcing themselves in to each other on this rotation. I wouldn't be surprised if you see some people fail on the rotations now because of this. Oh man, and here it comes. It looks like VaLor and TrueSight are going to be the first teams to start mixing up. As we can see, Berry Vibes and 4Earth ended up cutting off Colton. The rest of his teammates are far ahead. If TrueSight ended up deciding to stop or spray Colton, he'd be alone back here. There we go. For trying to stop and go for a little bit of a spray there. Colton going for it as well, taking down to 12 HP. Now trying to continue on driving. It looks like the rest of them are deciding that they're getting absolutely pelted by the rest of his team's bullets, trying to go off the ridge and shoot from afar. Berry Vibes losing his vehicle as it drives behind him. Very interesting here. Oh! It actually looks like Colton ended up rolling himself over, or did his vehicle explode? Not quite sure, but Colton, taken out by his vehicle, is now going to have to get res by X2R0, and that is going to severely delay their rotation, giving TrueSight another chance at some sort of damage onto them, even though, as we can already see in the map, that Silverline Esports are also coming onto TrueSight's position, as well as the last 2 members of Unorthodox. You can see the fight actually happening from inside of these ridges already between NoCap and those guys at it, taken down. It's your Cowboy slowly bleeding out, and Oldless, as you can see, healing on up after being taken super low. Let's go look at their perspectives. Looks like Menox ended up using some smoke to try and cut off the sight lines that Orion had. Now trying to push over to help his teammate Plube, who's currently being shot over by You Can Not Redo here. Now 5 HP. He's going to push aggressively off of that, knowing that he has taken him down super low. And there we go. Now Plube is down, slowly bleeding out. Flax spotting out Oldless as well on this. 53 HP, taken down at 20 left. Here comes some flushes happening. Lemon Squeezy going to flush out Plube. Now just down to Menox and Oldless. Menox takes down... Oh, actually a beautiful molly from Oldless. Takes down Flax. They're going to try and continue to push aggressively off of this, but Oldless doesn't have any sort of first aid to be able to heal fastly. Trying to use a bandage really quickly. But now, as you can see in the distance, VaLor getting involved. Grant Lantis taking down Oldless with an SKS, and it's going to be Lemon Squeezy that takes out the last remaining members. So NoCap is going to be our first team eliminated in this game. As you can see, those guys are going to be down to 2 members, as well as... Wait, actually... I thought he was about to bleed out, but he's actually being saved by his teammate right now. You can see bullets flying at them from afar, though. And nope, it's not going to happen. Too good to be true. D-Stem actually takes that from them with a mini. I mean, a lot of people ended up shooting at these teams in the center here, so no cap being taken out by multiple people in that situation. Unfortunate for them. So you can see the zone also now about to close. Everybody is super condensed on this east side, and luckily the zone did shift more to the east, the southeast to be more specific, but this is about where the zone should go on this shift, because as you can see, phase 3 is now closing. I mean, eventually this zone coming off of water and coming off of unplayable terrain such as this land that boomers are currently occupying, they're gonna have to figure out a new place to play. Ooh, it looks like Silverline now taking their vehicles, again driving straight through 2 teams, but they are using these ridges to their advantage to be able to do that. Those guys not anywhere close to be able to shoot at them. VaLor too low on the other side of the mountain to see them, and looks like they're going to go take the crevice for now. And Orion, they just have the ability to sit in their compound and shoot at everybody around them, including Tech 8. We can see that Zealot got a nice few bullets onto Jail Day. He's now half HP, but he's going to continue his rotation, end up meeting up with his teammates. His teammate, though, is they're very close to an entire 4-man team ganging Orangutan. They're now trying to hide out here, but as you can hear, they know exactly where they are, throwing out some utility. Will this nade end up hitting? It doesn't seem like it. They're going to keep going on by for a while. If Unorthodox doesn't want to get pushed up on, they have to leave soon. Okay, I'm very confused. Oh, it's all the way up here? Okay, so there's actually a fight happening all the way out here between Rise Esports and Tilttown. There you go, you can see Shaju down, Stones from slowly bleeding out as well. Looks like Wartorium is currently getting rest from Fox. Tricky's still alive. And the other 2 members of Tilton, Evil Pickle and Savage, are currently just running here. And Savage does not have any healing except for the boost that he's already popped. So I have a feeling he's going to be taken down here. Yep, taken down to zone currently. It's now just down to Evil Pickle trying to get inside zone still. I mean, phase 3, the damage should still be bearable. It's right when this zone closes where people are in trouble. Oh. Okay, Boomer's going and driving directly up to Silverline Esports. It's going to be a 3v4 on this situation. Let's see what they end up doing here. They know that they've driven right up to a team's. A lot of util coming on now. Looks like Wasabi trying to use some stuns to dissuade them from coming, but nades doing a little bit of damage. Boomers immediately destroyed on that fight. They were just in the middle of the open. It looks like some of the members of Ascendance might have been able to help out on that one. Now trying to shoot at and take down Silverline. There you can see that a few of those guys has taken down Moo Cow Cow, and Greta the Goat is down to Babbler and Honey Badger to try and save them. I think we heard a vehicle coming. Yep, we did. It's going to be Ascendance interested in getting closer, spotting out those guys, trying to do damage to them as well as they try to secure these kills on to Silverline. Unfortunately, they can't see them because of the edge, but there's a lot of smoke that makes them not know this. Another straight southeast zone shift, however, it makes all of this completely outside zone, and as you can see here from all of those bullets flying towards them, it's now just down to Honey Badger left for Silverline Esports. Currently, they have 5 kills, 1 alive, and I mean, phase 4 is starting to close in a few seconds now. It looks like a fight on the south side. I mean, we saw Orangutan actually take out their last remaining members of Unorthodox, and now they've run straight into SDR. It looks like Innate is the last one alive for the team. Let's click onto that. Yeah, trying to go for a res onto Lucid Freak. And Delta, I feel like he should do that very soon. Yep, because now he's starting to get a shot in the back from an entirely different team. I don't think he realizes that the last member of Ganking Orangutan, Nitrogen, is actually super far away to the north in an entirely different compound. True Sight currently very spread out as well. As you can see, 3 of them are occupying all of these hills. Berry Vibes far to the south. I would say, like, I normally hate to play this compound because as you can see, it's in a bowl. But whenever that happens, you want to place someone up on top of this hill here, and that's exactly what they've done with 4Earth and Zolmox, to be honest. So Arsene should be able to safely play this bull. No one should be able to run into them and force them to stay inside the bull, basically, which is usually the downside of that kind of compound. I am a little bit worried about Barry Vibe's position being so far away with 12 teams still up, but here you go. It's a little bit more shooting towards each other. Nightly Esports are getting in a fight with Rise. Sneak Attack actually ended up knocking one of his teammates by accident. Who knows if they're going to be able to get the res on that. Some utility is raining down on them, but it doesn't look like they're going to push out for any sort of fight just yet. It looks like the last remaining member of Silverline, Honey Badger, will be taken out as well. Oh man, but if Nightly Esports thought it was just Rise they had to worry about, they're actually wrong. As you can see, you cannot redo, and Lemon Squeezy from those guys are right in front of them, and I believe they've heard their footsteps. There you go, Sneak Attack actually ended up spotting out You Cannot Redo first, taking him down with that spray. It's now just down to Lemon Squeezy. He took out one, but instantly going to be traded out, and those guys are eliminated in 11th. But with the zone moving, who knows if they'll be able to res Gribbles. I think Nightly Esports might have to continue the rest of this game as a 3-man. Yep, already taking zone damage. Gribbles is potentially just a lost cause now. Rise Esports, after hearing all that fighting, now peeking on over the side of this hill, trying to see if they can spot anybody out. But from behind, actually, Orion getting involved. Kanga here getting a knock on Shirky. So now they're having to retreat off of this to protect their compound. Entirely saving Nightly Esports, and they're going to be able to push on in here. You can see that VaLor ended up spotting out Nightly Esports instead, though, but that push from Orion came at the just correct time for Nightly Esports here. Looks like the last two remaining members of Rise going to take the 2-story building as their place to play. I mean, if you're down super low amount of players, usually something like that, having a space that you can definitely control is a good idea. This zone not on them, though, with 3 teams up here. This fight is going to have to finish very quickly because in 30 seconds the zone will start moving. As you can already see, actually, Orion looks becoming uninterested, already disengaging off of this. They're probably going to try and figure out a way to get in zone as fast as possible. So now it's just going to be Nightly Esports and Rise left occupying this compound. They're currently playing it very slowly here. They're just waiting for any sort of fight to happen. I mean, they know that there should be 2 teams here, but they don't know that Orion has disengaged. The rest of Rise also not knowing this, currently staying inside their buildings, but they do know that they have to move very soon. It also looks like another holdout is happening over here on the west side between Tac 8 and Dips Free. It's Tac 8 up here on top of this hill that have to come into zone, and they're currently, I wouldn't be surprised if both Dips Free and Ascendance were holding them out. Oh, there you go. Destiny are spotting out one of them, ends up putting 1 bullet with his SLR into them. But now they're going and grabbing vehicles to finish their rotation. I think they might have been trying to scout there as well. Oh, and there we go. Now taking a south rotation. Let's see if Dips Free will be able to move fast enough to spot any of them out. Looks like Treepers is going to be the first one over. His teammate getting a little bit of bullets into him. Oh, Jason for Life's actually taking out Glucose Father. William right in front of him, taking a few damage from him. Looks like Destinator now trying to throw some util over to dissuade them from pushing even further, because there's now only 2 of them left, but it doesn't matter. Here we go, Potato pushing over. It looks like Destinator is going to be taken down by J Snow anyway. After that, Blue is still being aggressive on that, is taken down, but Tactical 8 is still eliminated anyway using those trades. I think they could successfully get the reses here, but first they have to push a little bit further into zone as that happens. Yep, it looks like they're currently getting the reses, and as we can see, there's already another fight. Looks like Orion ended up rotating away from Rise and Nightly and straight into Ascendance. I'm a Leaf currently down, broke status down. It looks like it is a 2v2 situation, and it is Raven at 26 HP being forced to heal. Had a lot of util just thrown at him. There we go. Looks like Skazka might be the first one to peek on over here. Looks like Maji ended up retreating to try and get the res onto I'm a Leaf, but if Skazka peeks over this, he might end up spotting out Zraven. He's currently boosting on the other side of this hill. There you go, he moves and spotted out Zraven. There goes the down, just like Predicted. There goes the flush as well. Is Draven going to bleed out after that? There we go. And it is now a 3v2 still. Ascendance stuck in these small dips. As you can see, they threw mollies towards them. I think they know exactly where they are. I mean, they're still in zone. We can see we can see that the zone ended up doing another hard shift, pulling to the north side. This fight looks like DF is not going to get a break even after fighting Tech 8, now fighting out SDR. Treeper's getting down onto one of them, but looks like they're currently losing a lot more teammates than the other team. A nade dropping right on top of Treeper's. It's going to take him down as well, and now it's just up to number 1 Potato left. He throws a 1 molly towards them, backs up. Will he continue this fight? Will he be able to? It is currently a 1v2, and they're going to go back for the res onto Lucid Freak. Yeah, but now as a solo, he's going to try and play this very carefully, very slowly. Going to try and rat them out. It looks like this fight between Ascendance and Orion ended up turning into a 1v1 and has also gained the attention of Nightly Esports. A lot of nades and util now coming on in to try and cause disorientation. Let's see if Kite ends up spotting out Skaska, and he is going to. Orion is now eliminated in 7th place. It looks like San Diego Rarity also ended up pushing even further up after getting the res. It looks like Potato ended up getting 1 down onto Delta, but was instantly traded out by the team, as it should be, to be honest with those numbers. It looks like True Sight used to have a really strong position on both sides of their ravine, but unfortunately 4Earth is going to be knocked. I don't think Berry Vibes or Zolmox are going to be able to cross to get the res onto him. You can see I'm a Leaf has gone and taken cover behind his vehicles here to hide from Nightly Esports, as they're currently occupying the entire north side, and our only 4-man team, VaLor, is occupying our southeast. 3 of them are currently outside zone, but I think they're trying to see if they can spot anybody else out here. Looks like they are still being very cautious, but it looks like it's going to be sneak attack that spots out Grant Lantis. Grant Lantis immediately laying down to heal, but let's see if Colton spots him out as well. That's not who I wanted to click on. There we go. This is being super slow right now. Not too many fights happening right now, because I mentioned before, if you do not have to fight in a certain zone, if you are content with your spots, if the zone isn't pushing you, you don't have to move. So right now, all these teams content with their spots, with the circle still being big enough for these 5 teams with this amount of people, 13 alive. The next time we see fighting is probably going to be in a rotation once this next zone forces it. Let's see where it goes. Again, a hard shift to the north side here. And it looks like True Sight, VaLor, and the rest of San Diego Rarity are going to have to figure out their way in. San Diego Rarity does have a way in from where Delta is currently. It looks like it is not very good ground, though, to be honest. So these next fights here are going to happen between San Diego Rarity, True Sight, and VaLor. It actually looks like Sneak Attack was the first one to spot out one of VaLor here, ended up knocking one. As you can see, it's Colton. He's going to slowly bleed out. His team can't get him. There we go. The flush is out as well with that 8x mini. They just have to sit up on the north side and just wait for people to move into them. They don't have to move anywhere right now, especially because they actually have the slow side of the zone. All these guys on the south side, this zone moves very fast for them, so they don't have time to wait here as long as other people. Let's take a look at their situations, though. As you can see, they actually have hard cover right now. But being able to push any further is probably very hard for them. I mean, if they try to push into this forest here, they'd just be shot by SDR. I mean, they'd eventually cut off line of sight from Nightly Esports, but SDR being there hurts them a lot. And True Sight still patiently waiting for their rotation to come into play too. I have a feeling these guys are going to end up shooting at each other. And then, of course, I'm a Leaf directly in the center, just biding his time currently. He's going to strike when he needs to strike. Anytime before that, he is not going to. There we go. It's going to be Grant Lantis for VaLor that starts moving first. Looks like he's trying to crawl to find a place inside zone. It looks like that road is inside, but not currently where he is at. It looks like True Sight, knowing that Grant Lantis moved there, throwing some Molotovs and some nades into the smoke. Unfortunately, not going to be in range, though. Oh. That nade ended up dropping right by Very Vibes there, but not gonna end up hitting him for the down. I have a feeling VaLor are going to have to be forced to peek over this ridge, though. Go take a look at what San Diego sees. I mean, they can see Berry Vibes a little bit at the back of that tree. It looks like you can't see there anymore. So here comes the fight between TrueSight and VaLor. Actually, I'm a Leaf getting involved too. It seems knocking out Grant Lantis, instantly laying back down though because he doesn't want to do anything more than that. Zolmox looks like he's going to be downed by Zero's Molly there. There we go. VaLor annihilated TrueSight in 5th, and here's our top 4. It does look like VaLor's super low now. It's just going to be Zero and Jeppy Aim left. They currently have 6 kills for their team, however. Right in front of them is I'm a Leaf for Ascendance. As you can see, he's already setting up for a little bit of not a rat play, but a spoiler play. I mean, this is what you do when you know exactly where people are. Usually teammates are there as well behind to have some sort of watch over, but as a solo, he thinks this is the best place for him to be, so he's going to patiently hold that with a 2x M4. He only has 30 bullets in his clip, however. I doubt that they'll end up pushing that direction, though. They're going to use this ridge to their advantage. And the next fight to pop up are going to be between Nightly Esports and SDR. It looks like Innate here getting it down into Morns and to Kite using his crate weapon. You can see that his 3 armor is barely touched, so that just leaves Sneak Attack left for Nightly Esports. Before, in a previously very strong position, now not so much. VaLor getting involved. It looks like they got a knock on the Delta as well with that SKS. Innate spotting him out, try to throw some DMR shots towards him, not going to end up hitting, being forced to heal. A lot of smoke coming on out to try and play as defensively as possible so these bullets won't be able to hit. And here we go, Jeppy running a little bit too close to the ravine. I think Imaleaf knows exactly where he is. He's pushing over now, and he's going to spot him out and gets the down onto him and the immediate flush as well. Ascendance still with 5 kills. Let's go look at what Sneak Attack is doing. He's currently in the smoke as a solo here, hiding up there. Then wow. So it is currently a 2v1, v1, v1. If one more member of SDR went down, it'd literally be the fight of the solos here. You can see everybody in this frame right here. This next zone is going to be the last one. As you can see, Imaleaf ended up spotting out Innate as he moved into the ravine. I mean, Imaleaf honestly has a really good position being in this ravine. Hopefully the people on the either side of the ravine will end up keeping them from peeking inside the ravine. So they'll be shooting at each other from the tops here for a while. But otherwise, Imaleaf being in the lower position is a little bit deep. We'll end up seeing what happens next. So it's like Zero wanting to be aggressive on the SDR, was pushing, but SDR probably spotted him out. There you go, Lucid Freak actually spraying at the exact tree Zero is occupying. You can see in the sidelines here that Innate is trying to get a rotation out onto it. Imaleaf actually taking out Nightly Esports here, and he's about to run straight into Innate, but he had a utility out, so immediately Innate is going to kill him with that AUG. He spots out Zero, so it's still just a 2v1. They know exactly what tree he's at. He's taken down to like 5 HP, pulls out his mini, just 1 more bullet, and that's it. And Lucid Freak peeking over with that barrel is going to take him out, and San Diego Rarity is going to win their 2nd game on Miramar with 10 kills here. Let's take a look at this leaderboard. Let's see who our kill leaders are. We can see Innate with 5 kills, Lucid Freak with 3, Zero also with 3, Imaleaf with 4 for Ascendance, Kite with 4, Sneak with 3, and Morns with 3 for Nightly. And then a bunch of 2s and 1s again. A little bit kill heavy to the top of this leaderboard here. But that, again, another very exciting 2nd game. We have 1 more Miramar game before we head on over to Erangel. I will be back as soon as possible with the updated leaderboard. See you guys then. Don't go anywhere. Hello everybody, again this is SpanCargo. We're going into our third game of Quarantine League Season 7, our last game on Miramar before we go into Erangel, and we have just a minute left until our plane starts moving. First, let's go ahead and take a look at this leaderboard as per usual. Turn that on, let it load on up. And there we go. Still in first place is No Cap with 24 total points now. And second is Nightly Esports with 20, almost tied with San Diego Rarity, also with 20 points, but Nightly Esports does have 4 more kills. Orion in fourth place with 18, actually entirely tied with VaLor, same points, same kills here. Ascendance Esports in 6th with 18th. Those guys in 7th with 14th, and Gang Orangutan in 8th with 12th. That's our top 8 as of right now. As you guys can see, the other list of people on the right side. If you guys want more details than this, as per usual, use exclamation point leaderboard, exclamation point stats, see those player stats. But without further ado, that's our updated scores. Now let's take a look at our plane path. Here we go, day 1, game 3. As we can see here, this is almost the same exact plane path as our previous game here. Everybody probably will be going to the same spots if it ended up working out for them last time. I mean, why not go to the same place once again? Looks like, again, San Diego Rarity dropping a little bit close to Alpozo. It looks like Tilton actually deciding against Torre, going to drop into Alcantara. No Cobb team this time. Let's see where Silverline ends up deciding to go instead. Slowly but surely, everybody will jump out of this plane, and our first circle will be shown. So for the winners of the money thus far, seems like No Cap with the first game have won the $33, and after our second game there, San Diego Rarity with the most points. Otherwise, yep, it looks like San Diego Rarity still interested in at least having 2 people go and loot inside of Ascendance's drop spot. We'll see this time if Ascendance will be aggressive on flushing them out, but right now they're going to have to loot on up elsewhere. As we can see, zoom in a little bit for a little bit more visibility, going to the same exact spots. Looks like Silverline Esports decided to go to Impala this time. They probably wanted the rotation instead of their long one last time. But on this zone, I think they would have been very fine coming out of Cobb as well, because this is a very far northeast zone. Not as far east as possible, but it's basically going around crews, around water treatment. And as you can see, True Sight are already driving on over. I mean, if they're looting these small compounds, why not just grab vehicles and loot other small compounds when they're right next to you? So this is what I've been talking about with priority. they know that they have priority with these further compounds based off of the plane path and where they drop, so they're going to move immediately and grab that so that hopefully they don't have to move as much later on. But like the furthest team, whoever that may be, whoever you want to deem gang to tack 8, who knows, like they're going to stay in their drop spot location as long as possible and get as much loot, their preferred loot, before they start on their rotation in. What's happening here? Oh, for a second there I thought this was watching D-Stem, though that's actually impossible with that terrain. Looks like San Diego Rarity really are on the outskirts of Pozo here. I think Beck was driving around near them, probably like moving them a little bit further away. Go take a look at our current first place team, no cap. As you can see, Old List is already rotating out of Bandita. I mean, they usually have a massive split on their drop. The rest of them, Minox, Adit, and Plube, are actually all on the very southern side of this, slowly looting up. I mean, they can use this road as a rotation. We'll end up seeing where they decide to go, but right now they're just going to decide that looting is their priority. They do have vehicles, as we can see, right beside each of them, so as soon as they decide that they're survivable, they're going to get on moving. Survivable, you know, is like they have an armor, a gun to at least protect themselves, stuff like that. We can already hear the movement of the cars happening. We're now at 1:30 before the rotation starts. So like I said, around now is when all these early rotators will come on in. It looks like Unorthodox might all be in vehicles ready to start moving. It looks like Orion already moving as well. Our Alcantara team moving too. Our Alcantara team, they should know. Oh my goodness, I thought those were floating rocks for a second. Our Alcantara team should know that all the way over here, that the very far north side of this zone should be free. So if they can capitalize off of it, they have to leave as fast as possible. And they're probably going to go rotate on through Oasis up on the north side here. We'll end up seeing where they decide to go in a very short second. Otherwise, we can see that VaLor already moving out of St. Martin, driving towards water treatment. It looks like True Sight decided that the compounds that they wanted for themselves, since they got first pick, is this skinny compound, we'll call it, in the center here. And the compound up here, this split is actually massive. I don't know if I like this too much, but they're going and they're taking this compound further to the north side. I mean, it's a split, so that if it goes further south or further north, at least they have some spot inside. But honestly, like the best kind of split is where you can at least help your team a little bit. So from this spot, I mean, like, I turn around and can I see my teammates? I mean, not really. If anyone were to crash onto them, they'd be on their own, and we'd either have to, they probably have a decision, you know, like if one of us gets crashed, either we're going to try and get in our vehicles and send it on over to our other duo, or our other duo is going to get in their vehicles and come and re-crash on this fight. Looks like from the compound they did spot out that they have friends, or well, really enemies, up above them on top of the hill. Trying to get some damage on the Skaska. They're peeking their windows. Not going to hit quite yet, but that fight is going to happen for a little bit. Everyone is now rotating at this point. A lot of teams, again, going for a long rotation around, which isn't a bad idea at all. And it looks like No Cap from their Mina spot has gone and taken this compound right beside the road, just at it. Meanwhile, the rest of his team is actually continuing on, going towards Cruz, where right above them Rise already occupies. I mean, honestly, in these kind of zones, like if they take the very edge of Cruz here and the compound right outside of it, like that's an amazing split. So like if it comes further out into this field here, they at least have that compound to run into it, but then they'll also have some hold into Cruz. See what they end up doing, but if they do end up deciding to go further north, True Sight is already there. Nope, it looks like they are in fact going and grabbing this compound one inside Cruise, and we'll end up seeing where Addit decides to go once he's on the road again. Looks like one of Boomers might have actually gotten a little bit of a present here. Going for a crate, it's gonna be Doobie that wants it. Did he grab it? Doesn't seem like it. Looks like he just has a mini. Did you not grab it? It's an So it looks like they left the the 4X, the 3 vest, the 3 bag, and the ghillie suit. I mean, honestly, it's just how much you can hit, like, in a situation like that. I personally would keep my DMR over an because I cannot bolt for my life. So some of these guys, especially so early on, like an is really useful late game when you know that everybody is forced to be up close to each other. Maybe you've run out of a lot of ammo, so it's like a nice refill, a different kind of gun that's gonna absolutely destroy people with their destroyed armor. But this early on, probably not as worth picking up. We can see Tech 8 actually going on top of Minas as a scout point as well, peeking on over. I think they're getting shot at a little bit or something. We could hear shooting in the distance at the very least. Now at this point, very few teams are outside of this zone. It's only going to be Dips Free and those guys. Everybody else is now, and we can already see some knocks coming out from Nightly Esports onto Wazupi from Boomers. Looks like Wazupi was a little bit too far outside of their compound. Ended up getting knocked from Sneak, and now trying to get some sort of worth out of that knock is going to push aggressively into the compound. I mean, he probably thinks, what are the odds of how many more people are in here? Which, I mean, is a good guess. There's only one left. He's taking a spray at the vehicle, but he's not going to hit anybody. They weren't there anymore. The res is already up, and he's circling. The rest of his team looks like taking a lot of damage trying to join him. Sneak Attack also getting shot off the compound. I mean, I feel like they should abandon this. And it looks like they might be. It looks like they might just stop in this divot for now, not continue to try and go for any more drive-bys. I mean, that was really risky, but it could have been at some sort of a high reward if he had also gotten Doobie down. As we can see here, VaLor taking the southern compound compared to True Sight, with Ascendance rotating straight down the middle of them. I'm gonna leave the last one there. I'd always be a little bit worried being the last one in a train like this. Because of that. Because everybody is already knowing that you're going to come closer, and it looks like Zolmax is going to get a headshot onto him with that SLR and the immediate down. The rest of them, unable to do anything, are going to have to continue their rotation and figure out where they want to go. And as you can see with this zone shift, everyone's going to have to go further around VaLor and True Sight. It looks like they're actually deciding to stop around in these crevices, at least for now, as they figure out where to go, as they heal up. This is a massive bull they can play. But it doesn't look like they want it, and they're going to continue moving. And based off of this shift, there we go, the rest of True Sight, after having that massive split, now realizing that the other duo has a really good spot for the zone, are going to go meet up, condense their spread, so that they'll be able to protect their good compound for any more people that are going to be coming on over. Let's see this. It looks like Gribbles for Nightly Esports was about to try and take this compound before Ascendance decided to drive further south and take it for themselves. Let's see if Gribbles ends up taking out one of them, especially as Maji's trying to fix his Murado inside of this garage. Here comes the lineup. Is he going to take the shot? He's probably waiting for the rest of his teammates. There you go, jumping out of the vehicle. Gribble still not shooting. I mean, his teammate Morn's right behind him now, coming on up with a buggy. I mean, if Ascendance hasn't heard this yet, they definitely will soon. Oh, and Gribble's realizing that he doesn't want to deal with it, gets in his own bus, actually, and is trying to rotate on around them. Probably gonna go take that warehouse compound. A lot of bullets coming out towards them. Lots of sprays, some DMR shots. No knocks, just some meaningless damage as of right now. Orion just has massive control over here on this northwest side. I mean, You can see Broke Status and Dirty Zin here just shooting at SDR as they're actually coming into this compound. It looks like they were getting shot at from far as well. Broke Status now deciding that he can't stay there anymore and he's going to take his vehicle to move. Let's see what Dirty Zin decides to do. He is currently scoped in, taking some shots towards Data. Unfortunately, none of them are going to hit, but instead he's going to punish them a little bit by taking out their tires. 2 bullets into each one are going to go for the pop. And now Gunaway running towards his buggy as well. I think they're now calling their troops back in. They're now like, okay, too many teams around to be safe. Don't get ratted. Just come back home and play up here at our compounds that we want to be definitely protecting from other people. Looks like Rise actually might have also gotten a little present here. Looks like it just landed, but who knows if it was looted. It looks like it was not. It's also going to be an all the vests, all the armor is still in there. Not going to do anything else to those guys. The rest of them, they actually end up splitting. 2 of them are staying where they were, and the rest of them going and taking this further southern compound closer to Nightly Esports. I mean, they're so far on the edge that I feel like a split like this might not matter. Like, when you're an edge team and you're, like, fairly certain you're not going to get the next zone shift, like, what you're doing is you're fighting. So on the zone shift, they might try to condense to crash something at the same time, but right now they're very spread, and as you can see here, yeah, because of that edge zone, it's not going to be completely centered, but it's not going to go on them anyway. It's going to go around, pull towards water treatment. We can see True Sight and VaLor and Orion with the strongest compounds previously, still inside zone with the strongest compounds. Question is, where will this next zone go? This next zone usually hates water, usually hates unplayable terrain. So it'll be interesting to see where it decides to go. I have a feeling it might pull off towards True Sight, and I guess we'll see if that happens. We can see Tech 8 now deciding to send it on in. I think they had scouted and seen that this compound was open, but Fizzle getting there first. It's actually Glucose Faller, the one furthest in the back, getting shot at by the remaining members of Boomers, taking down to 84 HP, so he's going to be fine for now, but the rest of his team coming up at the compound where Unorthodox already are. Wiam flying a little bit with that lag. Fizzle running inside. Zealot going to be the first one to get in the fight. He's going to peek, but Fizzle's already there, but he's still going to win at 38 HP. Will Unorthodox continue to push onto this is the question. Here comes some nades and mollies as well, trying to dissuade them from getting any closer. I mean, they have half of your compound. There goes Sociopath completely naded, and Molotovs as well. Destinator and Wiam pushing it excessively onto it. Destinator getting him down with the barrel, continuing on with their push. The last 2 remaining Unorthodox players are inside of this hot dog building. Jail Day hearing out where one of them is, tries to hold for that angle a little bit, but he isn't going to peek quite yet. You saw Ugly on the downstairs, hearing all of the utils start popping. Jail Day also taken out by Glucose Faller. Just You So Ugly left. Wait, did he take him? Wait. Yeah, Enraged Zealot ended up taking it down. You So Ugly and Wiam being mad, it seems, at Zealot for taking that last kill as he's gonna down his own teammate. Destinator now shooting at something else of interest to get a few more kills. It looks like shooting at Boomers, actually fighting over here with the rotation from those guys. But more interestingly, up here on the north side, Silverline are going to find themselves our first place team. No cap. There we go. At it with a beautiful rotation on above them with another knock. It's just down to Greta the Goat and Honey Badger. There we go. Some util. Let's see if that util is going to hit anything. It's not going to go far enough, so Greta is going to be safe. But unfortunately, they're at 2 up. And all No Cap has to do is wait patiently. And get the res on the Pluba, of course. Ida throwing another nade, actually not going to quite meet the smoke once again, but if he peeks us and he sees it, he might try with, oh, he only actually has a Molotov left, but he spots out Honey Badger, tries to go for a headshot there, isn't going to hit him. Oh, he hits him a little bit there, but Honey Badger with a 78 damaged bullet right into Adit's head. He's going to force him back to heal. Dips Free, hearing this fighting, actually moving back on this road, are going to end up pinching Silverline Esports here. I think they definitely hear Dips Free on the other side of them now. We can see Greta already throwing out some stuns, actually, yeah, trying to scare them a little bit. One nade coming on over, landing beside Greta, but it's not going to do enough damage for knock, just taking her down to half HP. Let's go take a look. Oh, actually more util being thrown out, none of which are going to hit. right now, but interesting choice. I don't know why Dipstream decided to push over here, but I think they want the kill, so they're going to try for it. Unfortunately for them, it's super out in the open, so Orion from above are just choosing their picks. It's like shooting fish in a barrel here. Already down number 1 Potatoes, just down to Jason Snow for Life and Treepers. Oh, and it looks like Gas. Honey Badger is going to take down J Snow for Life as well. There goes the flush too. A Molotov laying directly on the car that Greta's trying to hide at is going to be taken down by Addits. It is now just down to Honey Badger for Silverline. It looks like Dipstream do have 2 up still. And No Cap trying to finish this out, still knowing exactly what Honey Badger is. Shooting him out of the building he was in, trying to spray into the smoke that he set out for himself for some sort of cover. Ooh, a nice bullet into him. Now they're trying to look for Dips Free, and as you can see here, oh, Gang Orangutan is also there too. Honey Badger getting a knock into one of them, tries to go for a second, but there's still 3 of them up in front of them. Taking the time to heal now. He has about 2 minutes left before the zone closes. Luckily, he's on the slow side. He goes for the push, but Bloop spots him out. Let's see who ends up winning this. None of those bullets with that 3x barrel spray hit. Instantly blinded, and Silverline Esports is going to be eliminated in 12th place. No Cab, all 4 up, still alive. It looks like have the opportunity to pinch Dips Free with Gang Orangutan, but aren't going to realize their position potentially, and instead going to try and find somewhere better to play. Tetra playing a little bit of a spoiler spot is actually going to lay down beside Dips Free's vehicle, so if Dips Free decide to come back for this one, Tetra will be ready. On the south side here, there was a lot of fighting that ended up ending. It looks like only 2 members of Ascendance are left. It looks like Tech 8, all still alive, are super spread up on top of this hill. Those guys currently occupying water treatment that is basically completely outside of zone, and VaLor, of course, still alive inside the compound they've had for a long while now. It's still inside zone, but barely. Now a fight happening between No Cap and Rise. That was interesting. Look, it's going to be Rise Esports that is eliminated on this. No Cap again, still alive, all 4 up, but 7 kills. The question is, are they going to get another highest point win or game? Because if so, everyone knows what that means in terms of prizing. It looks like the 2 members of Ascendance deciding to push into the compound of VaLor. The question is, does VaLor know that they're there? It looks like Grant Lanta is kind of suspecting that there's someone next to them. We're watching it. Spotted out Zraven. Yep, spotted out Zraven. Instantly switching on over to his AK and trying to hold out some of these corners. They need to get the knock onto him if they're hoping to push on over. That nade laying directly beside him, unfortunately, is going to explode a little bit too late to get a knock onto him. The rest of VaLor are ready. Here comes some stuns. Currently getting a little bit of help from True Sight, but Zraven going down, trying to get the spray, but For Earth now moving his attention to Beck, put a 1 bullet into him. Oh! Ended up taking Grant Lantis, only down to around 2/3 health left, but Ascendance is going to be eliminated on that. Grant Lantis getting stuck on these vehicles, gets down from For Earth, but going to be able to get the res. VaLor going to be 4 up, 2 kills. Oh! Wait, Ohio? They drive by or something? Looks like Ohio is going to get the 2 kills onto the last remaining members of Dips Free. Oh, it looks like they were actually in the middle of all of this as well. All these teams are just running into each other in such interesting ways on this one. I mean, this is such a hard zone for these guys to be able to play. Like, there's barely any hard cover. It's all just in the open with some ridges. And it's basically who pushes, who spots who first, who gets somewhere first. As you can see here, SDR now going right under the hill that Tac 8 currently occupies, trying to spray on towards them. And Rage Zealot hearing it, pushing on over with the 8x SLR. Let's see if he spots them out. You can see the util being thrown towards those guys. SDR currently wants those kills right now, but Tac 8 could take them from him or ruin that game. It looks like it's just Lemon Squeezy left. 2 bullets into him, taking out a half HP, trying to get the res on his teammate potentially, but he only has 1 minute and 20 seconds left. It's not going to be enough. Those guys is eliminated in 8th place. And now Enraged Zealot and SDR know that each other are there. Oh, but unfortunately for TAC 8, they have to deal with two teams. SDR coming in on the west side and VaLor coming in on the east side with those two nades. Glucose Feller and Destiny are going to get downs on Colton and Grantlantis. Jeppy's the closest one. Oh! Wait, what? His vehicle moved, it seems, and took out Jeppy as well. I don't know what I just watched, but Jeppy, unfortunately, going to be taken out by his own vehicle. It just means that it's just 0 left, currently pulled up on by Zolmox, and Zolmox shooting from underneath the car is going to get VaLor eliminated in 7th place. Now TAC 8, luckily, only has to worry about one team being SDR beside them, and Rage Zealot pushing too far up the hill, going to be taken down from San Diego from the bottom here. It looks like Delta also being punished on that push too, however. So it is going to be a 3v3 down here between TAC 8 and SDR. As for other teams here, let's go see Wiam. They can hear the team car rotating, spotting out Deadeye below, but it's not going to be enough. Deadeye's spray wins that altercation. Wiam currently down, trying to go for a rock for some cover. Glucose Father knowing that he's near, and just spotting out N8 above on top of the hill, but all N8 has to do is repick that ridge, and he is taken down as well. It seems like it is now just up to Destinator, who is also spotted out. Half HP, trying to find some cover on this hill. Now laying down, it looks like he has some bandages to heal since he's not too damaged, but the rest of SDR are already aggressively pushing. Deadeye knows exactly where he is. Oh, and he ends up getting the down with that headshot there. 8 HP, now popping a first aid. Looks like Lucid Free going for the push onto him, and with that one bullet takes out TAC 8 in 6th place, and now he can go get the res onto his teammate pretty safely. No one else is around them unless TrueSight decides to be entirely aggressive on this. Looks like No Cap realizing that their only way inside zone is to drive, throwing some smokes back to try and get Manox to them so they can continue to be a 4-man, because as you guys can see, the only 2 4-men are No Cap and Orion on top of this hill here. Otherwise, it is a solo Vahio for ganking Orangutan in the center, 3 for San Diego Rarity, and 3 for TrueSight. A lot of teams still up except for this solo here. They're going for a north rotation. They're trying to get underneath this ridge as fast as possible, because once they get there, that is when they'll be safe. Oh! Seems like Plube and Oldless unable to move for a second because of their car losing a tire means that Plube is going to be shot out from Skazka and flushed out with that mini. The rest of the team did successfully make it underneath this ridge so they can play here safely. Oop, it looks like they had the good zone and they got presented a piece of candy here. Looks like Dirty Zen is going to now get some 3 armor and an AUG in his possession along with his SLR 8X. Our solo here finally spotted out by TrueSight. Arson's going to take him out, revealing our top 4 teams. No Cap and Orion are going to be the first teams to fight. Luckily for everybody else in this zone, because these are the 2 teams with the 4 men. No Cap realizing that that push is not good, are going to go try to go rotate around for a better one, but I think No Cap might be our kill leaders right now with 9 kills. Let's go fly around. No Cap with 9, 4 up. Orion also 4 up, but currently with 4 kills. I mean, they're just trying to throw util, thinking that they might be rotating on them, not knowing quite yet that they're actually trying to go somewhere else. Of course, further to the south is San Diego Rarity with 3 up and 11 kills, actually. There we go. A few more kills than No Cap, and then TrueSight even further to the southeast with 3 up and 4 kills. Let's see here. It does look like TrueSight is in a little bit of a bull predicament. If they do have to come up any further, SDR are going to be able to spot them out and force them to stay in their spot. So on this next zone shift, this needs to be in favor of TrueSight, or they're going to have to really take down some of San Diego Rarity's players so they can push forward. And on that zone shift, look at that, it is in fact TrueSight are going to be out, and Deadeye and Lucid Freak no, and they already taking the center. Oh, actually headshotted from Arson, taking 78 damage, now being forced to heal. Looks like Skazka spotted out one of them as well. But from this, no fighting has popped up just yet. I mean, No Cap realizing the situation and backing up off of this. They knew that they didn't want to get into this fight. But poor TrueSight in this situation, their only rotation might just be cars, unfortunately. I mean, where can they go? They can take the vehicles, they can take this bull right here inside of this zone, and then hope that SDR cannot run above them, that No Cap can't see them. But I don't even think they're able to go and scout for that currently. I mean, if they run up any further, SDR spots them out. Oh, Deadeye with that bullet. I mean, sometimes he misses, as you can see, but I mean, I've seen some nasty shots from Deadeye with a bolt here in games before, so let's see if you can try and catch one. Oh, spotting out Zolox. I think that was might have been very close. Deadeye himself, though, having to be very careful because he currently only has a half level 3 vest. He doesn't even have a helmet. But here we go. True Sight now finally pushing on up. Rest of San Diego Rarity realizing that they're going to have to smoke to continue playing up here, spotting each other out. Looks like he did do some damage on Arson there, taking him below half HP. Lucid Freak getting the knock on a berry vibes with his mini, but Lucid Freak is super down below, currently, I was going to say, covered from the other True Sight members, is going to be taken down. I don't think you're going to be able to res your teammate on phase 7 outside zone, but Orion actually ended up pushing out onto no cap, taking down Menox at it. Now trying to peek over this ridge, spotting out. Oh, he wins that fight actually with Adit and Skaska on that. And it seems to only be Adit left in this fight. Dirty's instantly going for the res. You can see that Max Silkenga trying to hold it off, and he is going to get hit. Orion is going to annihilate. No cap, eliminated in 4th place here. You can see True Sight still alive with 2 up and 6 kills, just leaving 1 member for San Diego Rarity left here. But luckily for him, he was able to sneak into the compounds right underneath Orion's noses. So Orion, with 3 men up currently, with the most zone control here, are going to have to worry about the solo that has now infiltrated their compound, and the duo far to the south that are going to have to push on forward. Let's go take a look at their position. It looks like Zolmox spotting out Dirty's in, tries to shoot him with that It's unfortunately going to miss. There goes spotting out Kanga too, is going to miss as well with that Arson with that SLR needs to be peeking over here and get these kills because they're currently in the open. Why is Zolmox not calling that? Oh, it seems like Kanga might have a little bit of cover here, actually using a ridge on the side of the mountain. There we go. Arson now pushing on over, making sure that there's no solo inside of that shed. But as you can see, Skaska is deciding to bring the red zone to True Sight, throwing some nades on over. We can hear a vehicle exploding, just absolute chaos. Now True Sight, knowing that he's somewhere close, decide to throw stuns. But Skaska isn't even there anymore. He's already moving back up the hill to more cover here. Well, now all these teams are inside of this zone, so they are content. True Sight are probably going to play this side of their ridge as carefully as possible because, I mean, for all they know, they're not going up a 4-man team here. I mean, they definitely saw at least 2 people. They heard the nades of 1. If they think it is a 4-man team, they're going to try and win off of it. But what they don't know, why they're going to play this a little bit more safe, is that it's not a 4-man. It's a 3-man and a solo SDR, and they're going to want to at least get seconds. So they're going to hold on as long as possible. They don't have to push unless they have to. Orion, obviously not going to be pushing off of this as well because this entire side of this mountain is in the open, and they're going to make a blue zone do it for them. Oh! Dirty's in with that AUG, actually spotted out in 8 inside of this 2-story, and he's going to be taken out. I think he might have... How did he know? He must have seen him open the door and just sprayed him down, but no matter, because now it is 3v2. True Sight now might have an idea. Here comes a bunch of smokes coming on out, and as you can see, Orion is in complete control of this center circle. Anga? Is it him or me? Hello? I think it's me. Oh! The game ended! Okay, Orion wins the game with 10 kills. Aw. I think my game ended up hard lagging. But at least we got to see the result, I guess. Orion wins our last Miramar game with 10 kills here. Dirty's in with 5 of them. Skazko with 2, Maxtilakango with 2, and Brooksatis with 1. The rest of notable killers is Zolmox and Arson, each with 3. Innate with 5. Deadeye with 3. Lucid Freak with 4. Edit also with 3. A bunch of 2 kills for Team 4. I mean, no cap. They just get so many points here. And then Enraged Zealot with 3. And Destinator with 3 as well. So those are going to be notable killers. That was the last of our Miramar games, and we will, well, I will hopefully see you guys in Erangel on those grassy plains very shortly. Be right back.
Talking about things we could have been so good, but you pushed me away time and again. You said there's too much to comprehend. Keep on working and working and working and working on it. Keep on working and working and working and working on it.
Hello again, everybody. I am SpanCargo, and I've been casting these games, and those games are for Quarantine League Season 7. I would like to do a quick thank you to Fizzle for letting me cast this season, and a shout out to aka Yazi, who has been the previous caster for all of these seasons, and Poro for doing the last one as well. But other than that, we are now into our first game of Erangel, but let's go ahead and turn on this leaderboard. Let that reload really quickly to see where our standings are at. San Diego Rarity now overtaking No Cap for first place with 38 points. Orion also with 38 points, not in first place because they're down by 1 kill. No Cap in third now with 37 points, only 1 point away. VaLor in fourth with 22. Nightly Esports with 20. TrueSight with 20. Those guys with 18. And Ascendance Esports also with 18. I mean, all these points are getting closer and closer. And they have 3 more games to try and force themselves further up this leaderboard. Let's go ahead and take a look at our first plane path for Erangel. As you can see here, again, a very nice plane for our first map. I mean, directly on Primorsk all the way up to Stalberg, directly down the center, basically. I mean, those teams that drop Novo, Milta Power, maybe even Lipovka, like, those spots are unfortunately too far away. I mean, most of these teams still, it can be about around 2 squares that they can far reach for their drop spots. Other teams usually actually go and drop for vehicles, like esports spawns that they know are there, and taking them and driving to their spot. But otherwise, some teams might have to go to their alt drop, or they're going to have to go and contest a team for theirs. As we can see here, zooming on in, there might actually be a little bit of car contention happening between Rise and... No, but it looks like Sambuca, originally going for the esports spawn there, is now attempting to go for a different one. Oh, is the other car spawn there? Yes, it is. So Rise is going to get the esports spawn, but Sambuca still not going out empty-handed, is still going to get at least a car for the team Boomers here. Looking further, I mean, Dips Free, they're actually a military island team, so you can see that they try to go as far over as possible. Tiltown looks like they're going to go ahead and take Ferry Pier in 7s to try and potentially bridge camp them later, but based off of this zone shift, though, it looks like Dips Free might be just taking the East Bridge. Zooming on in again a little bit closer, we can see that it is SDR with this wide, close to snake splits, with Ryan actually right in the center. I feel like they must have been pushed off their spot, because there's no way they would have just dropped on these 2 buildings for their loot. End up clicking somewhere. Okay, we're gonna go watch that sociopath. Apparently they're grabbing their vehicles. They usually go and loot around Mansion, Heaven, and Hell, so that's exactly what they're doing, grabbing those vehicles to be able to do so. And our 2 teams that always want to share Yasnaya together, Gang Orangutan and Ascendance. I mean, I've been watching these guys scrim for basically the past 2 weeks, and every single time when these teams are in the lobby, they go to Yasnaya, and I feel like it might just be a 50-50 at this rate of them fighting for it. Like, sometimes they don't fight at all, and they just, you know, leave, coexist for a bit, just leave and go rotate to zone, but other times that they want blood. And yeah, Gang Orangutan and Ascendance have fought for this position in here in this city multiple times, and I will say I believe it is about a 50-50 win rate for them, to be honest. So if they do end up fighting or being aggressive on this one, I will not be able to tell you who I think will come out on top. But honestly, with this first zone, and since this is an event now, that we're at a league now for money, for prizing, I doubt that they'll be as aggressive as scrims, because scrims, as everybody knows, is the place to practice your ideas, practice new ideas, and to try and, of course, assert dominance and claim your drop spots. So that's the only reason why they would have been fighting off of this. Looks like they're already grabbing some cars and deciding to try and figure out where to move next. You saw the little notification come out. There's only have up 2 minutes left before the zone starts to move. But it looks like Ascendance, not realizing that You So Ugly might be here. Oh, here it comes. They end up spotting him out. As Raven ends up going for the drive-by onto him in the vehicle and the flush. Nope, they're going to run him over to flush him out. And they're going right on back. Okay, I was gonna say, did they see him drop here? Did they hear him drive there or something, that they went to go for the kill? Or was it just completely random that they're gonna try and scout it out? But I have a feeling that they knew he was there and they went for that point and they took it. So Unorthodox is already going to be down 1 immediately before phase 1 circle has even started moving. What is this? Where's the rest? It looks like sneak attack for Nightly Esports might have actually... Maybe his game crashed or something, but he had to come in late and he ended up dropping at the very end of the plane. The rest of his team The three of them are currently inside of Pachinki. But other than that, I mean, with his position so far up here, it will kind of help his team because he can go up into these north compounds and tell his team what's free. The only issue is if his teammates try to meet up with them, they might have a little bit of a hard time getting there. A lot of teams die in rotations, especially on a huge one like that. It also looks like Boomer's interested in trying to hold out the Pachinki team potentially. I mean, they're up here on Church, kind of surrounding it. Was Uppy going and taking the garage building? We can hear Nightly Esports in their vehicles. Getting shot out now, actually, by D-Stem with his 6X SLR. I think Boomers, that was their intentions. I think they wanted to try and hold out Nightly Esports a bit here. But they are going to be able to successfully leave on the east side, the northeast side of Pachinki. Oh, Morns, did you get your car stuck? Oh, buddy. What is that? I'm so sorry for your loss. I mean, just back up. Easier said than done, apparently. I don't know how this car is stuck, but... Oh, no, it's like on top of the wood pile. Like, the front tires aren't even touching the ground. Warren's here is unfortunately going to be stuck at this compound if he doesn't find another car very soon. It looks like Nightly Esports might just be a two-man with two solos playing here. Looks like Kite is deciding to continue on going as Gribbles is actually coming to pick up his teammate. Oh, that's so nice, but I'd be very careful because Boomers have definitely moved in the meanwhile here. As you can see, a lot of teams now inside of this zone. We can already see Silverline just to the right of Yasnaya Poliana. It looks like NoCap has a massive split as per usual. San Diego Rarity going and taking the military artillery, the big trench right in front of them, right north of prison. And of course, those guys, I believe their drop spot is usually around Lip, if I'm not mistaken, but they've went in ahead and taken this compound called Up and Down or Other Heaven and Hell and Kaleidoscope over here. There used to be a ton of butterflies here. And I think there might still be. Okay, there's still a lot of butterflies, and a lot of butterflies is called a kaleidoscope. You know, I don't think that's a very popular call out, but what else do you call these? Yellows? So me and my previous teams have called it kaleidoscope. But anyway. Other than that, we can see that Boomers decided to leave Nightly alone, rotated up between Rossock and School right now, actually, while the rest of Nightly Esports are going for a more southern rotation, driving straight towards Shelter. Everybody else that dropped far away going for some wide rotations at this point. As we can see, Dips Free are still on Military Island, which is still okay for their team because, like I mentioned previously, if you're far away from zone and you know you won't... Oh! Holy smokes. And you know you won't get any prio positioning. You might as well go late and have a lot of loot. As you can see there though, NoCap originally it intensely spread out, decided to go and crash into Mansion. All of them are still alive, but I don't think all of... No, they're all still there. They're both sharing that car right there. Here comes Nightly Esports though. I don't think they're going Mansion. They're trying to carve a path to their other teammates here. They have to deal with NoCap and those guys shooting at them. Does seem like they're going to get away quite safely though. Yeah, Morn's at half HP abouts, but otherwise they're going to continue going. As you can see, Sneak Attack is far up to the north side. Wait, did they lose one? Where's their other teammate? Oh! Kite there almost getting crashing out, it seems, on that bike. Again, a lot of teams just shooting at these guys, rotating on in. Tilltown even was taking a lot of bullets towards them from Tech 8 and maybe even SDR. I mean, we can see it in 8 right here. It was trying to run up onto this hill, but all of them are going to survive that rotation. At this point, it does seem like a lot of people are inside of this zone. Dips3 finally joining everybody very shortly our next zone is going to be revealed, but it looks like Tilltown driving around almost in circles, not like more like a squiggly path, I guess I'll say, is now driving straight into Yasnaya, taking these apartments for themselves. Ooh, Savage actually getting headshot, I believe, from one of Ascendance here. So now we're gonna have 3 teams inside Yasnaya, Poliana, and I mean, if this zone goes and centers more around Yasnaya, Poliana, then I'm sorry, y'all. Some people are spamming things. There you go. Everybody else here and on this zone rotation, I mean, it's directly in the center, so everybody mostly already in their positions. It's just a few more teams that have to come on in. And everybody looks like Silverline now taking a more southern position. I mean, Honey Badger going and taking these positions inside of the forest here. I mean, there's a lot of good dips to play inside of that forest. I mean, these zones like to favor around Mansion and in there, to be honest. So it also looks like Orion and those guys are going to be forced to share. Oh no, Orion's actually leaving now. I was gonna say it looks like they're being forced to share up and down here, but Orion now deciding that they don't want to share, gonna try and find a different place to play. I don't quite know where they're going to go, but they might backfill some of the buildings that Silverline Esports have already left. It looks like Broke Status is going to be one to find one and call out to the rest of the teams that it's happened. It looks like Nightly Esports, while spread out right now, are finally close enough to be considered reunited now. It'll be interesting to see where True Sight end up going, but other than that, I don't see too much more opportunity for fighting. I mean, I don't think more of these teams are going to move, so we'll end up watching where True Sight goes. They could just take the very top here. It looks like some of them are already getting outside of vehicles. Oh. Oh no. Looks like Orion also trying to fix their vehicles. Speaking of those, ended up knocking out one of their own teammates here. Oh, but a fight between Tilt Town and Tech 8 might be happening. I mean, we saw one of them get knocked. Oh, so Tilt Town, now that fight's gonna end up happening. Tilt Town are the ones on the south apartments here, and one of them ended up getting a nice heady bolty shot onto Enraged Zealot, who's already getting rezzed by Decimator. Otherwise, a lot of shooting going back and forth as we can see all these white lines popping on out. I mean, at this stage, like we've mentioned, this is where everybody should have a little bit of a home. I mean, 16 teams, everybody should be fine here. 63 alive. I mean, everybody has their homes, not crashing onto each other just yet, but it's going to drastically change on this next zone shift. The growing pains are going to occur eventually, but right now, it is going to be a little bit slower. I mean, all these positionings, it's always amazing to see the rotations that come out for these teams and where they decide that they can go and play out of based off of their original drop. I mean, all 16 teams ended up making it inside of here. I guess we'll point out some of these splits, I'll say, because I mean, one that definitely needs to be pointed out is those guys. I mean, they have up and down, and they actually have J Compound as well. Lemon Squeezy and Flax up there by Orion and Silverline Esports, and based off of that, will really help them in the decision of where to go on this next shift. Unfortunately for them, the RNG is not going to help them out, though, and this zone is going to hard shift far to the west side. On this, you can already see everybody inside their vehicles. On a hard shift, you just got to get in your vehicle and you got to send it. If you know that you're not going to be able to get a position, you might want to wait late, but I mean, it doesn't look like those guys are in any of a hurry, however, as we can see, True Sight and Nightly Esports driving directly into each other. Oh, past each other. Why did it look like someone hit that tree for a second? Are going to be able to rotate past each other, not too much damage going onto them. It does seem like a lot more people rotating right between the members of Silverline Esports are going to find out Dirty Zen here, and the flush is coming out. Kanga now at 19 HP, continuing to drive, but super low, needs to be careful. One more bullet will take him out. Looks like they're going to go try and play the Bulls right to the south side of Yasnaya here. That's where they're going to go call home for now. It looks like TrueSight did end up finding a home in these Bulls up near Artillery as well. But Nightly Esports, those guys, and VaLor are all still continuing to try and get somewhere. Let's take a look at this. It looks like Boomers are also playing these dips. This big dip directly to the north of our team Rise here. I mean, they can play there very safely. I mean, SDR might shoot at them too, but no one else should be able to quite bother them. I'd say like a really strong position right now is TAC 8, Rarity, and Unorthodox. However, as we can see, those guys deciding to send it straight towards two members of SDR, instantly shooting at one of them. It looks like Flax trying to drive by for a second, might have to stop. Nope, he's going to continue going. I mean, he's not going to crash onto it, giving Innate the ability to shoot at them a little bit. And there we go. Finally, the last bullet takes him out, and those guys are going to be eliminated in 16th place. I mean, that was a hard rotation. I mean, I don't think they moved fast enough. But here we go. Nightly Esports now coming into zone, finding Dipsfree's position here. Sneak attack in a really bad spot, trying to use smokes and this rock to his advantage to cut off any sort of line of sights. Oh, his teammate Gribble's helping out, taking down Pluis from the top side of this wizard tower, and Krite is now pushing aggressively as well. If he doesn't spot out J-Snow, he might get hit. But here we go. Kite now pushing aggressively on this lower side. If he doesn't get spotted out, the teammates inside too. There you go. J-Snow spotting him out. That gets it down with the mini number one potato also taken down by Sneak Attack Snade, and it's just down to Treepers left. J-Snow, it seems like they're being shot from multiple locations. What will he do? He's going to flush Kite for the point, secure one at least, but it's Treepers versus 3 more people while he's getting shot in the back. Oh, and Dipsfree will be our second team eliminated here. Nightly Esports with 3 still up, now has 3 kills, and they're in a lot of this smoke where they'll just be able to grab these vehicles and be forced to go, because again, the hard shifts do not stop. It looks like Silverline were forced to go and crash into Orion here. Mumucow even getting knocked by Unorthodox. It seems to just be VaLor left. And Skazka right in front of him is going to spot him out, and Silverline is also going to be eliminated. Skazka going and saving at least one of his teammates, but Unorthodox, it looks like Fizzle is interested in this fight, is trying to sneak on up this, and a lot of these other teams are going to try and find any sort of position to play, might end up crashing it as well, including Ascendance that we can see moving on in from the north side. There we go. Some nades coming out, landing around Orion, not going to get any kills in it, unfortunately. It does seem like they did kill a vehicle though. Oh, that vehicle exploding, I think, did end up hurting Skazka a lot. 30 HP now, being forced to heal, but it looks like Ascendance are going to be able to go play the dip to the west. They're definitely interested in this fight. You can see Raven also playing in the bull up there, but Unorthodox, while they were in that big split, ended up being pushed up on by No Cap. You can see Jay all day recently taken out. It's just down to Fizzle and Sociopath left. Looks like Fizzle's in a really bad spot here, down pretty low, maybe 30 HP himself too. Sociopath trying to protect him, I believe, from this building. He's actually trying to shoot towards someone else, but it looks like Beck with one more nade is going to take out Orion here, and Ascendance has successfully taken this dip. Elsewhere though, on the south side, look how many colors are down here, how many teams are currently fighting. It looks like TrueSight and Rise being one of the active ones. It looks like they just took out multiple members of Rise. It's just Wartorium left, shooting from afar, currently at Trophy Building, taking a lot of damage, but the next fight that needs to happen is going to be between SDR and TrueSight. Here we go. Here comes the push on from SDR. Delta being the first one getting hit, actually, from an entirely different team. No Cap shooting them from the north side. Do I even have my activator on? A bunch of utility coming out back and forth. Lucid Freak taken down, N8 and Delta down as well, being stolen from No Cap. It's just Deadeye left, trying to spot out the rest of TrueSight, but Rarity is going to be eliminated in 12th, and these 2 remaining members of TrueSight are going to be able to res Zolmox and 4Earth that are currently down. Boomers, if they were paying attention to feed, should be pushing aggressively onto this. It looks like they are a little bit, but might be a little bit too scared, unable to see where they are exactly, and of course being forced to back up because of the damage that No Cap is inflicting on them as well. This fight between TAC 8 and VaLor seems to be now just down to 2 remaining members of VaLor, currently rotating far to the west side. Glucose Father currently putting a lot of damage into them with that mini spam there, but they're going to find themselves running into an entirely different team, and VaLor will be eliminated from Retaliative's barrel spray. There you go. He now has the 2 points that Gang currently has. All 4 of them are still up, occupying these dips to the north side of TAC 8. We'll end up seeing where this zone ends up pulling to again, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's a hard shift. But these fights on the far east and the south need to finish themselves off if the other team are going to need are hoping to move, basically. There you go, the next shift. The 2 compounds in the zone are still in the zone. Tilt Town and TAC 8 probably very happy about that, and Result trying to ensure that Gang Orangutan doesn't come too close. But here we go. I mean, Boomers realizing that they need to make some sort of a rotation might push up onto Tilt, onto True Sight. True Sight currently distracted by No Cap as well. I mean, they hear the vehicles, they know that each other's existence are definitely there. Here we go, the push is happening now. We'll end up seeing if Rise Moratorium, the solo, will come into play, and it looks like it does. Instantly a down and a flush into a Zuppy, taking Boomers from a used to be strong 4-man to a 3-man. Sambuca now being forced to heal as well on a car. D-Stem now knowing exactly where Moratorium is trying to take him out as well. 1 bullet with that 6S SLR is going to do damage to him, but Doobie being forced to push by himself onto True Sight will get knocked from 4 Earth. Oh, and the bullets from Sambuca unfortunately don't hit Moratorium, down to half HP, down to D-Stem. He throws out a bunch of smokes to try and protect his teammate, but he spots out 4 Earth running into the smoke. He runs out of bullets in his clip, forcing him to prone and reload. Unfortunately, that's going to mean the death of Doobie. Sambuca unable to see exactly where he is. It looks like he is going to be the last one alive because D-Stem, now currently down from Arson, ends up taking down another one, actually. He's now trying to rotate to the left side, but he's going to rotate into an entirely new team. TAC 8 has decided they were a little bit interested in this. There we go, making sure that he gets the kill onto 4 Earth at least. There are still 3 up for True Sight right in front of him here. And it looks like, yep, there we go. Weam now peeking on over, gets involved and eliminates Boomers in 8th place. It looks like right behind them will be No Cap as well. Ascendance cleaning that up. It looks like TAC 8 now happy that they at least got 1 kill and took out 1 team, are going to go back to their previous spot. I think that's a good idea because, I mean, True Sight are going to be able to play this south side of the road for a bit longer. Ascendance as well, but we'll end up seeing if this solo Moratorium is currently crawling towards the cover of a bush, will be able to hurt any of these teams. I mean, a solo we've seen in scrims and in many other events that just a solo has the opportunity to absolutely destroy a game for a team that is 4 up in a great position. So we'll see if Moratorium does that to one of these teams here. Otherwise, as we can see, a lot of these teams still up are strong. I mean, Tilt Town 4 up, Ascendance 4 up, TAC 8 4 up, Gang 4 up, True Sight 3 up, but still that is 3 whole people, and then of course the solo Moratorium. Looks like he's trying to just rotate further north to see if he can find any sort of way in here, but yep, currently scoping in, seeing if anybody's prone on the ground. The next fight that's going to happen is between True Sight and Ascendance. As you can see, they're currently rotating around the edge. I mean, if True Sight ends up finding out Moratorium and take him out, then Ascendance will be 100% aware of their location. There we go. Zolmog zooming in, spots out Moratorium, and Berry Vibes. Yep, it looks like the call was out, and Berry Vibes will take him down. Ascendance now highly aware of their position, throwing over some util, trying to take out Arson, trying to scare them, taking Arson down super low, but that 1 nade from Arson ends up taking down 3 members of Ascendance. They're all in the same bowl, so it's just this Raven left being forced to prone, heal, and throw out some smokes. As we can see here, though, wow, so many other teams are getting involved. Arson and Zolmox currently dead. It's now just down to Very Vibes left, a 1v1 situation here. But, of course, Tilt Town still wanting as many kills as they can are going to be watching this like hawks. All this util just being thrown into here. Unfortunately, not going to go far enough to secure these kills. It looks like Ascendance might be able to salvage this. They need to be careful, though, because Berry Vibes is very close now. Let's take a look at what this smoke situation is. He might end up spotting them out. He does see their bike right in front of him right now. Here we go. A bunch of throwing of stuns. They're now all up, ready to spot him out, but it is going to be Stone Storm from the north with that headshot, as KS is going to end up taking out Berry Vibes. Actually, wasn't even a headshot. Yep, so I think now Ascendance realizes that now they are safe, but they still have to worry because they are just playing a small bowl here. Everybody else looks like they can continue to play the situations that they're in, but with some difficulty. Destinator, knowing that Ascendance is over there, is trying to spot one of them out. He needs to be careful because he doesn't have any sort of ridges here. Ascendance will be able to just walk on over and spray him down. Looks like Gang were forced to move out of their bowls a little bit. Tetra now proning on a little hay bale there, and Ohio trying to be a little bit of a bush hider there on the side of that dirt road. This next zone is going to determine it, to be honest. If this goes in the field, it'll be even. It'll be equal, but as of right now, I have a feeling it's going to hard shift. It's just a matter of where. They have a few more seconds to try and figure out where they're going to go. As we can see, Tilt Town also sending a few people out to play in the field here. Stone Storm is going to find a nice ridge here. They're not going to be hurt by anybody on the south side here. I mean, we're at our 4 teams, and all 4 of our teams are 4 up, and they each are in charge of their own direction, basically. Tilt Town to the north, Tech 8 to the south, Gang Orangutan to the west, and Ascendance to the east. And, I mean, there's the zone. Unfortunately, it's not super centered, but it does seem like the people in some of the best positions are already inside zone a little bit. This is where Ascendance is going to push to the south and try and take out Glucose Father and Destinator from TAC 8, especially after hearing this vehicle move. Let's go take a look at what they might be thinking. I mean, obviously we can't hear their comms, but it's like currently trying to find places to crawl to. I'm a Leaf is currently standing up very confidently, aggressively, spotting out some of the members of TAC 8, calling it out like, oh, here they are. They're right over here. Glucose Father definitely playing a little bit of a spoiler position here. Oh, I'm a Leaf and Majiggle actually working together, get to the down onto one of them, but I'm a Leaf instantly punished by Enraged Zealot with an MK14. I don't know if they'll be able to protect him on that res, but Glucose Father now taking the opportunity to stand up and takes out Beck as well. Ascendance, they needed to push together on this. Raven now at 1 HP is the second to last one alive. Maji is successfully getting the res for right now, but they need to move. They can't be waiting on this. They need to be pushing on this. It seems like Tilt Town finding out a bunch of members from Gang Orangutan, ends up trading out at least Evil Pickle, but it's only going to be Nitrogen and Vohio left for Gang. The rest of Tilt Town now forced to use this field and these few hay bales as cover with 3 up 2. Here we go. It actually looks like Ascendance made it successfully to cross this north side. They're using this ridge to their advantage for now, just barely inside zone, but Tech 8 has the entirety of the south side. Oh, I'm a Leaf ends up finding out Glucose Father and flushes him, and now is a fight between Tilt Town and Ascendance. Let's see what ends up happening here. Maji throwing a Molotov. Let's see if that hits. Unfortunately, it's going to land directly in front of Stone Storm, but it doesn't matter. He's still taken down by his barrel, and both of them with a headshot onto Stone Storm and down onto Savage. Both Stone Storm and Savage are down. Tilt Town is just down to Chandru left. Should have been watching from Maji's point of view there. That was an amazing spray onto those 2 members of Tilt Town. I mean, they did end up like lining up a little bit for them, but I mean, where else could they go? So here we go, a 3v1, v2, v3 here. I mean, Shaju, he's going to continue to play the game as quiet as possible. He's going to try and stay there for as long as possible, too, before he eventually is going to be forced to move because he is outside of zone. It is TAC 8 here that has the most zone control holding the south side. I mean, the rest have to go and play wide in the open in the field, basically, unless Ascendance decides to rotate on back to the east and down to the south to see if they can try and shoot Tac 8 in the side or in the back. I'm afraid if they don't do that, that might secure a win for Tac 8. I mean, we'll end up seeing ganking Orangutan and Tilt Town might be able to get some damage on Tac 8 as well. Right now, all is still as these last few seconds tick on by. Oh, it looks like Ascendance ended up spotting out Chaudry. It looks like they want to go and sweep the north side. Chaudry being spotted is not good for him. Instantly throwing some Molotovs that aren't going to make it. Let's see from his perspective. He ended up spotting out Enraged Zealot, so here we go. Oh, he about to throw some bullets into him, but he is instead taken out by Vo. Hyo Ascendance, if they can peek over this ridge, will be able to spot him too, but it doesn't matter. Destiny is taking out Gang. It's just down to a 3v3 between Tac 8 and Ascendance here. Tac 8 has a little bit more hard cover than Ascendance on this. They have ridges, some cars, while Ascendance has to use like the very subtle dips and the hay bales that they have. If they end up getting caught at any of these hay bales without a rotation, that's going to be bad for them. I think they know about where Wiam is. Yeah, because Raven spotting out Wiam, trying to spray at him with that 3x barrel isn't going to be able to find him out. The rest of them right in front of them, however. There you go, the spray into the Enraged Zealot as well, taking him down to half HP after a headshot. I am Leaf winning the fight onto Wiam, taking him down, slowly having him bleed out. Now goes for the flush as well. Now it's a 3v2. If Destinator spots out I'm a Leaf first, though, it could make it even again. Enraged Zealot taking down to 16 HP, being forced to heal with some stuns towards him. Luckily, I don't think they have any more offensive utility left. I'm Leaf being spotted out by Destinator, taken out super low. Here we go with some stuns, making the push over delayed a little bit, but unfortunately, like I said, they don't have any more offensive utility. Spotting out I'm a Leaf, gets it down onto him. Almost got the down into his Raven as well, but unfortunately does not get it. Zealot with 1 HP left tries to run through the smoke to survive, but he's going to be pushed by Maji and Zraven. Looks like they are laying down to try and heal a little bit, but it doesn't matter. Zraven is going to get the last kill on that, and Ascendance is going to win our first Erangel game here with 15 of these kills. Wow, I honestly thought that at the end there, when we had 4 up, that Ascendance might be the first team to be taken out, but I was wrong. Maji here with 6 kills, Raven with 5, I'm Leaf with 3, and Beck with 1. I mean, our other notable killers will be Zealot with 3. We see some other 2s and 3s and 1s. 4 Earth with 3. Menox with 3 as well. And that was a very good game for Ascendance there. Definitely making them a better spot on the leaderboard and winning one of their first games of this season for Quarantine League. I'll be right back with our next game, and you guys will be able to take a look at our leaderboard once again. See you guys soon. Who knew dragging a scene would enable it too? So that's what that little flash of me was. Sorry about that. But hello everybody. Once again, I am SpanCargo. I'm hoping that everybody is enjoying so far. I'm trying to take really good care of you guys on this, but most of all, thank you guys so much for your support being here and watching these teams. It's very exciting to see everybody show their support and react to everything that's happening so far. With that being said, let's take a look at this leaderboard so we can continue on with that excitement, let's say. In first place, once again, reclaiming their title is No Cap with a total of 44 points. Right behind them, Ascendance Esports after that massive 25-point game at 43 points. Rarity in third with 41. Then Orion with 40. True Sight with 30. Tactical 8 with 27. Ganking Orangutan with 24. And Nightly Esports with 23. Once again, if you guys want to see more details, do exclamation point leaderboard, exclamation point stats. See that leaderboard, see the player stats, look at all the small details. And I would just like to say I saw a lot of concern about whether or not I was being hydrated and had correct posture, but I can assure you, my posture is good. I have like a massive cup of water. It is okay. You guys don't have to continue spamming those, but I appreciate your concern. I'm taking care of myself. It's okay. But with that being said, we're going into our 5th game of Quarantine League Season 7, and we're in Air and Go. Once again, let's go ahead and reveal the plane path. That is the wrong one. You know, it happens. Especially being a caster and the production person at the same time. Apologies. Definitely, I don't think I've mentioned before, a new caster. Haven't officially casted something as exciting as this, in my opinion. Well, a few things at this point, but Quarantine League, taking it all into my own hands, making some of the graphics and stuff. I'm definitely very excited to be doing this. So again, thank you guys for being here, because as well as supporting your teams, I see you're supporting me, and thank you for the follows and the kind words. So as you can see with our 5th game plane path, it is almost straight down the middle. All of these teams are probably very relieved about that, being able to go exactly where they want to go. It looks like, except for, of course, our friends Dips Free, usually go to military base, now being forced to go far to the north towards Stallbur, around here, as you can see with my little mouse cursor. Everybody else, though, happy with their drop spots. At least they're all drop spots, it seems, except whatever is happening over here. It looks like Unorthodox and No Cap actually ended up dropping on top of each other. What is this? Looks like 2 No Cap members now currently on the roof. Menox and Oldest trying to spot out the 3 members of Unorthodox. Unorthodox are currently like crunched here, I'd say. It looks like Adit has control on the outside of this too. They're just down into 2 buildings basically. Fizzle isn't careful here. Adit will be able to spot him out, but I don't think that they have the realization. Where's the rest of their teammates? Looks like Sociopath is definitely closer than Ploob. Ploob over there inside Suicide. Oh, there it is. Oldless actually spots out Fizzle here. Dropping up into the top of there. It's instantly going to go for the flush as well. So now it's just 2 members of Unorthodox left in here. They need to finish this fight quickly. As we'll go and click onto You So Ugly's point of view real quick here, but as you guys can see, they need to finish this fight quickly because of this zone. this first zone is pushing all the way over to around Primorsk, basically. I mean, I think this might only be like one entire third, maybe a little bit more of water here. Only 3 teams are currently inside. So all these other teams are going to be fighting each other to get a position into here. Ooh. As you can see here now, the trade back has actually come, making this back to being even. JLDI found out at it for no cap. So now there's 2 Unorthodox and 2 no cap. We can see that Plube actually came faster than Sociopath over there. Nobly's being forced to run. Plube taking out JLDI with an Here comes the Molotov to try and flush him out as well. I think that is going to be the end for JLDI, just meaning that You So Ugly is the last one alive for Unorthodox inside of prison. Sociopath needs to come fast if he's hoping to not have to play the rest of this game as a solo. It looks like it might be too late, though. Here we go. A 3-man is about to push onto You So Ugly here. He can be able to retreat through one of these windows, but he needs to know when he can do it. When the flush comes out into Jail Day, You So Ugly definitely eyeing that window, is going to take the opportunity to vault out now, but right behind him is Plube. He lays down at 31 HP. He does a little bit of damage into Plube, but now running around, trying to play a little bit of ring around the Rosie. Unfortunately gets shot in the back from a continuing rotating Plube. I mean, just so much sound from that smoke there probably made it so it was really hard to hear each other. Wait. Sociopath was actually taken down like almost at the same time as his teammate, so that actually makes Unorthodox our first team eliminated in our fifth game here. True Sight ended up coming from all the way down in the Milter like logging area, pushed on over, spotted out Socio, and now they're gonna grab their vehicles and continue their rotation. But I guess they got 1 point here. As you can see here, a lot of people are already in their cars. They only have 50 seconds left. That is why, to try and get into a good spot inside of this zone. I mean, we can already see that some people ended up trying to share a spot. Looks like Chilla for Rise might be just stuck inside that warehouse for a while away from the rest of the team. Rise actually is a massively greedy split here. I don't think they can do this, especially with how many spots are actually available in this zone. I mean, Moratorium is now just leaving outside of Primorsk, but I think Chilla might be stuck. It looks like Boomers are already rushing onto Casey here. It looks like they're trying to grab the vehicle to get out, but it might be proving difficult. I mean, it looks like they might have just pulled the car inside of another building that we currently can't see. There we go. Now is loaded in. Casey spotting out. D-Stem tries to spray him, but unfortunately isn't going to do much damage. The Molly comes out. Doesn't get hit as well. As we can see here, Casey trying to fight Boomers alone right now. Spotting out Wazuppy, takes him down with that SLR spray. Needs to reload the barrel. Closing the door for a little bit of safety. It looks like Fox is also there to try and protect Casey as well. There we go, spotting the push from Doobie, and Sambuca takes out Doobie, but Sambuca is there to get the re-knock back there. Sambuca trying to push on over. I mean, D-Stem is in the bottom floor too, but here comes the Molly from Fox, as Fox is now trying to push on this. We can hear cars coming from the distance as well. That nade definitely not going inside the door. The window, rather. Now getting shot at from afar, we can see VaLor is shooting them from the side on the west. Instead, Wartorium trying to come help, ends up getting shot off from VaLor on the side too. Fox now just having to wait as Casey slowly bleeds out, and Wartorium is forced to try and run away from VaLor. There it is, the down as well. Casey is going to slowly bleed out, and Fox trying to find a way to run instead. We can see by the team as well that Chilla, who was in the midst of Tilt Town, was also taken down, so Fox is seriously the last one alive for Rise Esports, successfully grabbing the vehicle at least to try and live for some placement points at least for the rest of them. Oh my goodness, it actually looks like the converging teams in here does not end because Chilla dead there. There's actually a fight between Nightly Esports and Tilt Town as well. Stormtorm actually coming and interacting now, takes down Gribble. Sneak Attack now knowing exactly where he is. I Am Evil Pickle might be able to get the res off onto his teammate. Sneak Attack now in a really bad position. He needs his teammates Morns and Kite to be able to protect him from the higher positioning that they have. He's probably asking if they can all push into this warehouse before. Oh, sputting out Stone Storm actually takes him down. Kite actually gets the down with the SLR, and now Sneak Attack, knowing that the last few people are above him, are pushing aggressively onto this. Finally getting threads onto Savage, but I think it might be slightly too late. Evil Pickle down from Morns, and there he goes. Sneak Attack from behind takes out Tilt Town, our second team to be out this time, and now they have the entire control of Quarry here. You can see this fighting on the north side between VaLor and Boomers might still be actually happening. I think VaLor might just want this compound. This compound is very strong. I mean, I call it Prio compound. I used to drop here, to be honest. And it looks like VaLor trying to hide on like the side here, not trying to push aggressively now, might just be deciding that it's not worth it, getting in their vehicles and rotating further away. You can see a lot of these teams, as per usual, still far outside of this zone. I mean, a few more having to come on in. Looks like SDR ended up making a wide rotation to somehow get all the way onto the west side. It looks like TAC 8 ended up successfully taking down one of Gang's members with some sort of spray onto them, it seems. Yeah, it looks like Tetra, they actually maybe thought this compound was free, but it was not, so now they are going to be in the open. It looks like Ascendance, our team that won the last game, now getting shot in the back from True Sight. It seems like they stopped their rotation. They probably were just scouting, but after True Sight started shooting at them, they decided to put a little bit of bullets back. True Sight taking this opportunity to try and move around as well, but it seems like Zraven, the IGL for Ascendance, wants to keep going. He's probably definitely telling his team that, like, get in your cars, continue rotating, and we'll see everybody else also in their vehicles now starting to move to taking a look at this. TAC 8 still super spread out now after getting one from Gang. Might find another victim here with Babbler from Silverline. There we go. Glucose Father getting one headshot straight into Babbler, taking him down to half HP. Honey Badger currently trying to watch, but William and Zealot actually driving straight up to them. They need to be careful. They're running into an entire team here, and as I'm saying that, of course, the game lags. William currently taken down here. Will Zealot follow soon after? He's down to 43 HP. I don't know if they're going to be able to save William on this, to be honest. There you go. The flush comes out. Honey Badger takes him. And looks like Glucose Father is just going to go to the compound where Destinator is. I don't know why they decided to drive off of that. Maybe they thought there was only one person, but really there was three here, and they ended up losing someone in the process of that. I feel like that was, I don't want to say careless, but it was. I mean, I don't think they had the knowledge to do that. And now they're currently outside zone, and they have a minute. The zone is moving. They have a minute to figure out where they're going to go. As you can see, people already driving. So many people trying to drive to the same spots. This zone is going to be absolutely massive in kills. Oh, Silverline's actually crashing onto this. Honey Badger tried to crash onto Destinator. He's currently at 1 HP. There we go. The down comes out with that barrel. This flush too, now being forced to reload. I mean, Go Close Father is the only one left here in this compound. Looks like Silverline Esports going to be taking advantage of it. Glucose Father also taken down by Moo Cow. And Tactical 8, actually not even from Silverline Esports, will be the last member taken down from Treepers. Dips Free trying to rotate in on the north side here will be eliminated, and now I mean, the drive will continue. We'll end up seeing if Dips Free and Silverline end up fighting, but as of right now, they're stopping at this compound to see what other information they can determine from this spot, especially since they have a tiny bit more time. Here we go. They're restricting this play area very soon, but all these other teams now, it looks like a fight between VaLor and SDR, for example, is about to pop off, because SDR, it seems like they were the ones that in possession of this compound was crashed on from the west side. VaLor, Colton trying to spray at them. It looks like SDR, thinking it's not worth it, are all currently getting inside vehicles actually and driving away from this. Oh, they're grabbing their vehicles because they actually have a better location. Lucid Freak currently has the center compound on this zone, so SCR is just going to leave that, and luckily enough for them, they're going to leave it just in time, because Orion, now peeking on over, is going to take out Zero for VaLor almost immediately. And now VaLor is just down to 3 members left. There we go. Looks like Colton spotting out Kanga from Orion. Unfortunately, it's only going to hit once. Not going to get the knock. Is going to take a lot of damage from Skazka himself. It seems like the fighting between Silverline and Dipstree also might be starting, but at this point, yeah, no cap coming far in on the north side as well. At this point, this zone shift, this phase 2, phase 3, I mean, like, this needs to come off of this water. It needs to come in, man. Here we go. And all this chaos definitely now coming to life. We can see Silverline, we can see No Cap, we can see Dipstree trying to get out of this situation, but it looks like Oldlist is driving straight into Silverline Esports. Oh, I don't know why I was spectating the car, but it doesn't matter because Oldlist is taken down anyway by Moo Cow, and the flush is going to come out. No Cap now down one more member. It looks like Manox and Ploob are going to be the last two people remaining. Ploob looks like found themselves a very small part inside this zone, but this fight beside them is actually going to continue. Dipstree did not end up leaving, gonna spot out Babbler and instantly flush him, getting a point for Pluis there. The rest of them, it looks like Badger now trying to drive on up. Mumu, Kaka, and Greta also on those ridges trying to throw some util. Here we go, J Snow throwing out a nade, lands directly beside Badger, but unfortunately wasn't cooked enough. Badger, hearing it, was able to run away from it just in time. Now Dip's free. I mean, they have the compound, they have zone based off of where Silverline's positioning is. We'll end up seeing what happens here. I mean, a lot of util still being thrown back and forth. They're just slowly waiting for something to happen. It looks like Potato ended up getting a shot on the Cow. Greta the Goat spotted on that rotation, who's trying to throw some smokes, it seems. Jason taking a little bit of damage from Mumu. Cow now trying to be a little bit aggressive on this. I mean, if they all push to the side, they can instantly sweep out Mumu, Cow, and Honey, but now they gotta be more careful than that. It looks like that they're actually taking damage from two different teams, some damage from both Boomers and Gang Orangutan. Mumu, Cow also taken down by Pluis. It's now just Honeybatch left, who just absolutely left his... Well, he was trying to help from an alternate angle here, but now trying to play on this further north side. He's probably going to take this fight. I don't think he's going to be able to leave this, so maybe he'll be able to shoot some of these guys in the back here. And go, he's slowly trying to decide what he can do. You're spotting out Pluis is going to spray him with that 3x barrel and take him down. Dips free now, knowing that he is still around. Let's see what they end up doing. But Pluis, who knows if they're going to be able to get the res onto him after the zone closes. It's going to hurt a lot. I have a feeling that they're going to just lose a member. It looks like they're not even over there anymore. Pluis, I think, overstayed his stay. Honey Badger now going to be forced to play on the outside of this compound. If Gang Orangutan is still watching this, they might spot him out and throw a lot of bullets his way. There we go. We can see some of them already passing, but I don't know if any of those are even close enough. Oh my goodness, Honey Badger actually sprays out Potato inside of that window, takes out a second one as well, but at least Treepers is still there inside the 6-stack building to clean it up. The trade did come in eventually, so now he has to go and quickly res J Snow. Looks like he was on his second knock before they could get Potato, and then they need at least their inside zone here for a while. Zone has not closed just yet. Elsewhere inside zone, though, these are the changes we can see. Some guys coming in on the south side. True Sight not the only ones there anymore. It is Ascendance that have taken over Quarry, with Nightly Esports taking the compound directly outside. And of course, our solo Rise Fox is still hiding inside of this compound in this field, directly where they should be. They gotta be very careful. Oh my god, are you actually like... Huh. I mean, what a stance. But, okay. Using that gas, trying to... I think they're holding it this entire time, potentially. But with that zone shift, Fox is going to be unable to play the position they've been in this entire game so far. They're going to have to move out and push probably towards Quarry or through the swamps. As we can see here, Ascendance will probably be able to play on the top of Quarry a little bit, but SDR's spot is proving to be quite handy. I wouldn't be surprised if this was a spot that ends up in this field like it usually does. In the feed, though, we can see that True Sight and those guys are getting a little bit of an altercation. Currently, you cannot redo getting the res onto Flax here. Those guys are the ones that are going to have to push into True Sight's position. So if True Sights want these kills, I mean, they'll just be able to go and surround those guys. It doesn't seem like 4 or 0 mocks are in a position to do so. Treeper's actually continuing to rotate here. Looks like they ran directly into boomers. He took out one of them. He's now taking a lot of damage from another, but unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. Sambuca coming from the south as well is going to take out Treepers in this fight over here with J Snow, and Number One Potato will pop off. Number One Potato did not end up getting the knock onto Doobie, so he's going to continue to have to fight that. Here comes the spray, but unfortunately, Diptery will be eliminated here just as the same time Retaliated from Gang Gang takes out Doobie here. I have a feeling that boomers are now just down to 2 as well. Yep, Sambuca and Wazupi now trying to grab vehicles. It looks like they're trying to go for the nope, or initially trying to go for the res, is unable to do that after the flush out. Gang Gang now with 1 kill. 3 alive still. They're actually super spread out as well. Wait, why did... It looks like the Ascendance members ended up pushing all the way out to the north side here. They didn't end up spotting out the solo Fox here. So I'll end up seeing if that might come into play right about now. Raven sending it on up the hill. I'm a Leaf here down at the bottom. I mean, if they drive by or run by Fox, they could be taken out. And it's I'm a Leaf currently running towards Fox's positions, completely alone, unaware of his positioning here. I have a feeling that our friend Rise is about to get a kill point. There we go, now standing up and spawning out. I'm a Leaf instantly gets the down and the flush onto I'm a Leaf. Ascendance is now down to a 3-man. Ascendance now aware of the positioning. Oh, it looks like Nightly Esports spotted out Fox as well. A lot of damage into Fox happening here, doing a little bit of a dance. Now finding some cover on a tree as he's quickly trying to heal, but Beck is there to look on over, and Rise Esports is eliminated. A little bit of revenge, I guess we can say. Looks like Gang Gang is now trying to take the position of SDR. Deadeye getting a knock into Retaliated. Ohio doing a lot of damage onto one of them. However, it's just Nitrogen and Ohio left. Nitrogen not wanting to be there anymore, sends it further north to try and take a shack. I think he might have left Ohio to his own devices, though. We can see in the feed that this fight between True Sight and those guys have also started popping up. Let's look at Forrest's positioning. Look, he just got another knock. It's just down to You Cannot Redo. It looks like he is also down as well. So it's just down to Barry Vibes versus him. Where is Barry Vibes? There we go. Getting the knock on him as 2. It's now just You Cannot Redo. He's super low HP, but unfortunately he spots out Barry Vibes first, and True Sight will be eliminated in 10th, and You Cannot Redo at... oh my gosh, super low HP, 7 HP. I believe he healed a little bit, as well as getting the res onto at least Lemon Squeezy, so they're going to be able to survive for now and run straight into zone here. Elsewhere, we can see Ascendance now forced off of Quarry, going to try and take the upper portion of Nightly Esports' compound. SCR still very happy inside their compound. This is definitely this compound field ending here. And all of these teams on the west side are going to have to fight. Looks like those guys now making their rotation are already spotted out by VaLor. I mean, VaLor has already gotten involved in the previous fight. But it looks like that shed is still inside zone, so they're going to be able to play there for now. VaLor still being forced to push on in. It looks like they're coming to pick each other up here. And Orion spotting them out with a lot of damage towards them. Takes down Colton from that vehicle. Jeppy aim and did successfully make it across. Grant Lantis around 20 HP inside of the shed, though. See if Skaska ends up finding another person here with that 6. That's Mini. He's definitely watching it carefully. He wants to make sure nobody else can make it across the road like his team is about to. Ooh, and shot in the back. Gang Gang actually peeks over just in time to take out Skaska. The flush is probably going to come out too. Brokestad is trying to protect his teammate a little bit. Oh, same with Kanga actually. Doing a lot of damage on the Ohio. There goes out the nade as well. The flush taking him down. So I do think Skaska, yep, Skaska now getting res, protecting him on that. VaLor also got res, however, too. So it looks like the fight between those guys and VaLor is now happening. You cannot redo, trying to find out. One of them gets Colton with that headshot there. Spots Grantlantis, but from his further position takes him down. Now it's just up to Lemon Squeezy, now finally getting involved in this fight after having to run from his previous position. He spots out Grantlantis now running across the road, but Jeppy Aim also ready there. It looks like he had to stop the res onto Colton to do that. You can go some more nades as well. Let's see if any of these nades end up hitting. That one's very close. It's rolling directly next to them. And yep, with that nade, it's going to flush out. Colton gets a knock on a Jeppy Aim as well. It's just Grantlantis left. You got to reload your gun as fast as you can. Redo is still slowly dying beside him. He needs to kill Grantlantis before his teammate dies. Another nade going straight towards Grantlantis. I think that was called on his position here, taking him down a little bit now at 44 HP. Spots him out, and with that spray, he actually loses the fight. Lemon Squeezy wins that for those guys, and now he can go get the res onto his teammate. Otherwise, this fight between Ascendance and Nightly Esports, it has definitely become more aggressive, especially after this zone pop. As you can see, neither of them are inside zone, so they're going to clear this positioning. So far, it doesn't look like much is happening. Seems like they're taking a little bit of a reprieve. Let's take a look at this map. I mean, this fight is going to continue to be active here. SDR still in the center, the only team inside zone. No cap, it's just Ploob left. The entire four-man of Orion now fighting the two-man for those guys. It looks like he is going to get a knock with the MK onto both Skaska and Broke Status. Now Kega and Dirty Zen are going to have to push on over to try and help out their teammates. But here we go. Also, at the same time, I'm Elite finally dead for Ascendance, trying to siege this building. Takes out Sneak Attack. Morns is hiding in this corner. Throws a nade. Unfortunately, doesn't have his gun out, so he's taken out as well. That nade exploding just in time not to take out either of the Ascendance members, though. Beck, now knowing exactly where Kite is, throwing a Molotov straight into the window. Will that catch him on fire? It does not. It seems like those bars protected him a little bit. Now going for a spray onto the position of where's Raven is. Maji shooting him in the feet, though, takes him out. And Nightly Esports is eliminated in 6th place, though. Ascendance still not done. However, they have to figure out how they're going to cross into this field to continue this game. You Cannot Redo is somehow still alive in this fight with Orion. I mean, Dirty Zen is the last one alive for Orion. It seems like You Cannot Redo doesn't know exactly where he is with that 8x MK, throwing out some util to try and find them out, but that is not going to spread far enough. He is going to get the res under Broke Status, so Dirty Zen might be able to peek that. It looks like they're just going to back up there and be safe. They ended up taking a car and they made a nice V formation on this breakable hay bell, but unfortunately for them, Raven is still going to get caught out and flushed out. Just one more team has to go down to reveal our top 4, and You Cannot Redo pushing onto the 3-man of Orion, takes down to 27 HP by Dirty Zen, who's currently holding the angle that he has. He knows that Redo just has to stand back up for him to be able to see it. A lot of smokes coming out now. Looks like a nade was thrown, but it made like a weird Z in the air. And now Orion, knowing that they have to kill this guy, are pushing all together now. Let's see what he ends up doing. Spotting out Kanga here, takes him down, but right behind him is his teammate, Broke Status, protecting him. I think they'll, yep, the zone is close, so they'll be able to get the res onto Kanga. So Orion will continue to be 3 up, revealing our top 4 teams here. As you can see, the zone shifted further inside of this field. This is where this zone likes to play. Here we go. Let's take a look at Orion here. So Orion currently with 3 up and 4 kills. Right next to them is our team that has been in the center compound this entire time. 4 up with only 2 kills. So a little bit of a center zone curse happening so far. Ascendance just have 2 up, but they currently have 5 kills. I mean, not too many more. And then our solo on the north side, Ploob for no cap, solo 6 up. An 8 getting a knock onto Dirty's in for Orion. Looks like they might actually be losing one. Orion, they're in such a bad position up here just on top of this little plateau. Who knows if they're going to be able to find a way down on this. It doesn't seem like they have any smokes. Broke Status at least doesn't. He doesn't have a helmet as well. Kanga also with no smokes. Dirty's in is officially dead. It seems like they are smokeless and they're going to have to figure out a way to run down. Shooting down Delta. If they get the knock onto Delta, they will be able to run down for now, but it looks like they're also trying to spot out the Ascendance members too at this rate. Oh, Brookstar is trying to go for a run for it, but it's not going to work out. Orion will be eliminated with that last hit actually from Maji from Ascendance here. So now we're just down to 3 teams. Our solo Plube slowly crawling on in on that ridge. Our 4-man inside the entire compound, 4 strong with a lot of hard cover. And then our 2-man in the field trying to use cars and hay bales as cover. Beck and Maji for Ascendance here. I mean, just look at that zone after this. I mean, the thing is that it's not the chicken dinner that gets you the quote-unquote win, the prize. It's the most points. So SDR, if they're hoping to still get the most points, they're going to need to get a lot more than 4 kills. I mean, 4 kills, like, luckily that's still enough. But if Ascendance gets 2 or 3 more kills than them, and Ascendance gets second, and if, you know, SDR gets first, that's still going to be Ascendance with the most amount of points. We'll end up seeing what happens though, because also Plube here with the 6 kills. If he gets anywhere close, we'll see what happens there. Plube just slowly biding his time. It looks like his 3 helm is broken. He doesn't have, well, not broken, but very low. His 2 vest very slightly damaged. He currently has an AUG with a lot of ammo here. He's just, you know, taking the time to examine. And oh my goodness, that zone I think is the best zone that could have happened to Ascendance, to be honest. It is off of SDR's compound into the field. So now Ascendance has an opportunity here to kill SDR as they come into this field. I mean, Plube in his position could also help out Ascendance, but it looks like SDR now actually driving for it. This is the best solution for them, to be honest, is going to go straight into the center of it to be able to hold out the zone. I think he might have spotted out Plube. No, he's checking. He knows that he has only seen 2 Ascendance members in this field. He knows there must be someone to the north, and he's currently trying to find them. Ooh, the spray comes out! Plube takes down Deadeye, actually. Delta trying to spot him out. A lot of damage onto him is going to get the kill, and NoCap is eliminated, but I don't think that they're going to be able to go and get Deadeye. It looks like Lucid Freak might be trying to run close to him. Nope, he is dead to that zone. Here comes out the smokes now. Ascendance needs to be paying attention to this, because if they get the down onto Lucid Freak, it will be a 2v2. Since they had this center zone the entire time and haven't been participating in too much fighting, though, they have a lot of utility. That was very weird camera angle there. It looks like Beck now being forced to heal first did a little bit of damage onto Lucid Freak on that run down. Maji spotting out in 8 as well. A little bit of damage. Unfortunately, not going to get the knock 2. They need to at least get 1 to make this as close as possible. They know exactly where all 3 of these members are, but unfortunately they just don't have the sightlines to do it. And Delta with that nade is going to take down Beck too, so it's just down to Maji for Ascendance to see what they can do here. Now healing just in case, because just a few more bullets could hurt him a lot. Maji taking down Delta as well. SDR still currently has the 5 kills. If Beck bleeds out though, they'll be tied for these kills. Like I said, Maji needs 2 or 3 more kills than SDR, but unfortunately it doesn't look like it's going to happen. So San Diego Rarity is going to win our second Erangel game with 7 kills, and I do believe that does give them the most amount of points on that with 17. Yeah, I believe so. Sorry, I tried to do a little bit of math. But anyway, Delta and 8 here, both with 3 kills. Maji with 4, Plube with 6. We can see You Cannot Redo with 4, and Lemon Squeezy with 3. They had some amazing fights on the south side there, and then of course a bunch of 2s and 1s, and Honey Badger down there in 13th with 3 3 kills too. So those are our notable killers. I'm going to leave this match and get into our last one. Be right back with that leaderboard, and I'll see you guys very soon. Okay, now that that's over, as you guys can tell, I was taking a little bit longer to get into this. Wow, it's so dark in here. Because my game was infinite loading, so I'm trying to get back into the game now. So hopefully it'll let me in and I'll be able to continue the cast, which I'm sure I will be able to, because as an observer, you can most always get in. If I was a player, I'd be more concerned. But starting now, hello, SpanCargo. A little bit of a panic happening inside of me, but I'm sure everything will end up being okay. Loading in now, but while we are loading in, let's take a look at our leaderboard. I can already hear, so that is a very good sign. With that refreshing now, as you can see, San Diego Rarity is in first place with 58 total points. Right behind them is NoCap with 56, Ascendance Esports with 55, Orion in fourth, then TrueSight, those guys, Nightly Esports, and Tactical 8. And now we are inside of the game. Let's try and take a look at that. And it looks like we did end up missing the plane. Oh, and of course you guys can't see it because it doesn't like it. Oh, there it goes. Nice. Oh. Everything is all right in the world. What would a cast be without a little bit of technical difficulties? Am I right? So, as you can see here, we did miss the plane path, but everybody doesn't seem to have been fighting. We still have 16 teams, 64 alive, so I don't think we missed much. Everybody is in their current drop spots. The only thing that concerns me right now is Unorthodox and NoCab both currently driving towards prison. It doesn't seem like any of them have weapons, so they're not going to be able to take advantage of the drive-by meta in jail day, and the rest of Unorthodox are going to have to go somewhere else, unable to go there anymore. The only other contestant is Yasnaya Poliana, but as we saw from the first time, they didn't end up fighting each other. With this zone shift, it is looking like, I have a feeling it's going to go to the south. It might end up being like an Everest ending or something, but that is my current, you know, prediction super early on, so don't take it as final just yet. I know I went through the leaderboard very quickly, so again, as per usual, if you guys need to see the details longer or more in depth, please do exclamation point leaderboard, exclamation point stats, all of that good stuff. Otherwise, sorry for the little scare there, but I thought I'd let you guys know, and luckily everything is okay. As you can see here, everybody's still now looting on up as per usual here. A little bit of damage just onto Doobie over here in Gak. I wonder if he accidentally hit himself. But because this zone is so far to the west, all these people on the east side, when they make their rotations, they're going to be rotating basically in the same positions. And because of that, it seems like some of these people, I've said before, aren't going to survive their rotations, or it's going to be really, really tight. It looks like one of our first rotations out of this east side is actually going to be ganking Orangutan, leaving Yasnaya right now, going and grabbing some more vehicles for themselves, leaving Ascendance behind. Otherwise, all these teams super far away are going to have to figure out how to get themselves in and in a position. I mean, this one definitely has less water than the last game, but we saw how fast so many of those teams died last game. I have a feeling this one might be very similar, because it already seems like most of these teams are inside the zone, super spread out. Like, I'm a little bit worried. Okay, good. Boomers now condensing, so they won't just get crashed on and take a bunch of 1v1 fights. So it also looks like Tech 8 now leaving Rozhak, going to take Noble. Did I just really call this Noble? Taking Dice. This one over here is called Noble, even though I've heard it's called something else now too. Oh, it doesn't exist, so that's very unfortunate. Only the Gaskians do. Oh, or the loot too. But anyway. Looks like Nightly Esports, bypassing this compound over here, are now going to go and drive all the way up onto Everest. From up there, they're going to have sightlines on a lot of things. They're going to be able to scout and potentially find better positions than just Everest. But I mean, you already heard my prediction. I have a feeling that Everest might end up playing a very large part here. Oh my goodness, up directly to the north actually is a little bit of shooting back and forth between Take and Gang Orangutan. It seems like Gang actually came a little bit too close for Take 8's liking. A little bit of bullets were thrown back and forth, but nothing else quite happened. On the other hand, here comes Silverline Esports. Let's see where they end up trying to go. We can see Greta the Goat currently is the one on the bike, so she's usually the one that goes for the scouting, but it looks like now they are stopping and they're going to try and look on over to peek, see what they can see. Honey Badger is going to be the first one that sees them. Destinator's actually standing really still. He might try and go for the knock here. Oh, Destinator ended up moving. And we can hear the Silverline now moving their vehicles as well, so I have a feeling that Tech 8 knows that they're there. I mean, that distance is not far by any means. There we go. Moo Moo Cow Cow ended up driving very close to this. I don't quite know why. Glucose Father, super low HP, being forced to lay down actually on this wall. Looks like Honey Badger actually ended up taking down Glucose Father because of his position on the wall. He's super low, running inside this building. No one else is here to go for the res. It looks like William attempting to go for the run if he doesn't get there fast enough. Unfortunately, there we go. Glucose Father is going to bleed out, and here comes the crash onto them. Moo Moo Cow Cow is going to be the first one here. William is in the closest building. See Honey Badger crashing onto Destinator as well. A lot of bullets coming out. Now we can't quite hear what is happening. Zealot coming back as well. Ends up taking down one of them. And Greta the Goat is also taken down by William inside of this compound. It's now just down to Moo Moo Cow Cow and Honey Badger William in the compound taking low. Honey Badger is trying to get a wide rotation down here on the south side. Spotting out Enraged Zealot on top of the rock. And Moo Moo Cow Cow is also taken down by William. So now it's William and Destinator versus Honey Badger. Let's see if Honey Badger will be able to pull off of this 2v1, but Destinator, almost knowing exactly where Honey Badger would be, sprays towards him. It doesn't look like either of them did any damage. And William now trying to hold that position too. I mean, he knows that he needs to go and run for his teammate, and it looks like they're also now going for the flushes. And here comes some sort of a smoke line. William, spotting him out, comes behind the wall just in time, but he is half HP. Some util being thrown towards him. Let's see what he ends up doing here. I mean, they definitely know that he's going for the res onto their teammate. Does he have a nade? He does not, is the answer. He unfortunately doesn't have a nade or a Molotov to try and force that res to stop. Now again, moving to an entirely different position. I mean, as a solo, you want to keep on rotating, and interesting. Looks like he ended up doing a lot of damage onto Destinator, and now he knows exactly where William is. Gets it down into William as well. It is now just Zealot and Destinator left. It doesn't seem like Zealot has much healing abilities here. But that nade, perfectly cooked by Zealot, literally lands directly on top of Badger's head, and Silverline will be eliminated as the first team. A little bit of BM coming on out. Luckily, Tech 8 survived this fight with 3 up. I mean, and when a fight like this happens early game, it looks like a little bit more BM. When a fight like this happens early on, the best case scenario obviously is you get 4 kills and 4 up, but the measures of success is definitely 4 kills and at least 3 up. So Tech 8 hit that measure of success, and they still have a pretty good position inside zone. Nobody else is here to bother them just yet. Elsewhere, however, let's take a look at this. It looks like Tech 8 was throwing bullets towards Boomers. It looks like it's going to be Doobie that takes out Shaju for Tiltown first, however. And now they're trying to spread further to the north to see if they can get any more damage onto that. Looks like they're running back to ice creams right now. I will say Boomers are in a little bit of a hard position. It looks like Lemon Squeezy also getting involved, taking out D-Stem. He got that knock with a 3x SKS, and he's going to get the flush as well. That is nuts. So, like, the SKS, I wonder if he has the good attachments on it. But if he doesn't, like, I'll be astounded. But that 3x, 3x's are very hard to use in my opinion, but that was very good shooting on his part. He ended up taking down one from Boomers. On the very south side here, it looks like Orion and Dips Free running into each other. Number 1 Potato trying to go for a drive-by, ends up taking one of them out. Now trying to turn it around. It's Treepers and Number 1 Potato left. Looks like Jason for Life unfortunately died. Blue is currently knocked. Here you go. Treepers pushing aggressively on over. It is now just Kanga, I believe, left for Orion, rotating super far away. Yep, it is. So they're not going to be able to go kill the rest of them. It seems like he is going to luckily get the rest into Pluis. They are still going to stay 3 up as Kanga tries to leave further to the north. And speaking of north, this zone has shifted as far north almost as possible. So all these teams on the south side already in their cars, already moving. I mean, a lot of these guys don't have any zone knowledge up here, but they have to keep going. And it looks like on the furthest north is Unorthodox and Ascendance. Doesn't seem like any of them are going to go out so early on, however. Take a look, it looks like Tilltown also trying to find a good position, realizing that Gang Gang is directly on the other side of the bridge after taking some damage, is going to go directly into Craze for a little bit. I don't know what that was, but okay. It looks like True Sight are now attempting to cross the bridge, though. Arson taking a little bit of damage. Zolmok still making it across too. Goth, Gang Gang, and Tilltown shooting at them a lot here, but it looks like they're going to successfully make it up onto this hill. They're probably going to keep on going. Elsewhere, you can see SDR taking a wide rotate all the way through Ra's Bridge. Dips3 also now finally finishing up their res. It looks like over here, Gang Orangutan and VaLor both trying to occupy the same position inside North Georgia Pole. But Gang, I mean, they have the opportunity to go further out, but it seems like they want to stay here in case it comes in. It looks like True Sight also making it safely inside North Georgia Pole 2. This zone is big enough with how many people are still alive to not warrant any any fighting over locations, but I wouldn't be surprised if some of these guys try to play the same position. And I also have a feeling that on this rotation, at least for Dips3, that we're going to see some death because Rise is currently holding out Georgia Pole Bridge. And like usually the assumption is that this bridge is very free because who would play here, but it seems like Rise might want some points off of this. Oh, looks like Boomer is also running up onto Everest Hill. It is known by Nightly Esports. Sambuca getting spotted out, for example, taken down by Morn's 3x Barrel. It is now just 2 members up for Boom left, Wazuppy and Doobie in the distance there. And they're shooting back and forth, but unfortunately I have a feeling Sambuca is going to be dead off of that. Doobie is going to get a knock into Gribbles for Nightly Esports with a mini. Who else is up there? They're completely at the compound far away. It looks like Sneak Attack will be able to get this res, but they are getting shot at by Tech 8 actually on this north side. And go, other than that, I mean, I don't know if Tech 8's going to get one of those kills, but it seems like Boomers are going to stay there, at least for the zone shift. It's going to, again, center a lot of this is water. A lot of people are going to end up sending into Georgia Pole now, as long as these other compounds aren't taken. I have a feeling this is going to pull to the north because this next phase needs to get off of water and unplayable area, so it's going to go north. It's going to center around here, around this ridge here, basically around that little ice cream scoop. As we can see there, Tech 8 already realizing where this next zone is going to go and take that compound. On the south side here, we can see that Dips3 tried to go take that bridge, go make a rotation, but instead Tilltown and Esports are going to shoot them away from it. Not quite sure where they're going to be able to go, but Rise already moving. I think they're going to have to try and rotate far on the west side. We can see here on the north side a lot of teams still next to each other. No Cap shooting at SDR as they're getting involved in a fight with Ascendance as well. Maji just flushed out by Oldless here. Beck now trying to throw some util to try and scare him away at least, or do some damage. Now trying to use some smoke so you can leave this situation. I do believe that they did get at least 1 kill. Yeah, they did get 1 kill on someone, so that is unfortunate that now they're running into No Cap 2. Here we go, Amalif getting pelted in the side, his vehicle now making a north rotation again. I think maybe realizing that they can't fight this. At first it seemed like they wanted to be aggressive, but now it seems like they're backing on up. And SDR going and crashing directly in the same quadrant that VaLor is. Deadeye instantly dying. Delta and Lucid Freak still alive. It looks like True Sight also trying to cross because Sociopath actually crashed onto their positioning as well. Let's go take a look at SDR. Yep, it is just Lucid Freak and Delta left as the entirety of VaLor are in the compound beside them. Just 3. SDR now stuck. Oh my goodness. See, everyone absolutely just sending it in to Georgia Pole. Ascendance now sending it straight into Unorthodox. Fizzle trying to shoot out I'm a Leaf. A lot of damage onto either of them. Running out of bullets inside of his clips. Raven coming on over to try and help too. Takes him down. Also now at 22 HP, opening the door because he needs to get inside, but Sociopath is right there as well. And here comes out the flush. I'm a Leaf trying to push on in to see if he can catch out Socio as well. But I mean, if he doesn't get some help soon. Oh, there comes the spray too. A little bit of a fight. JL Day is already here too. Beck needs to be very careful. Ends up going for the little bit of a drive spray. Takes out JL Day, so it is just one person left. You So Ugly is trying to get a little bit closer. It looks like Beck's nade is going to do the flushing out. You So Ugly and Sociopath both inside here. Here comes some flashes. Now he's going to try and push. He needs I'm a Leaf to try and push with him, either behind him or from the other angle. But all they cannot do is make this a bunch of 1v1 fights. There you go. I'm a Leaf actually cannot see into that hallway because of all that smoke, but he is still going to throw a nade. Unfortunately, it's not going to reach where Sociopath is because he is still on the other side. Their apartment, this floor is entirely covered in fire. Sociopath and Usugly did somehow find little corners to stay alive in. Ascendance now pushing aggressively, trying to clear some stuff out. I mean, if they push in like that, they're currently holding angles. I don't know if I'd want to push. I think he thinks someone is in the top side of, on the other side of that half wall there. You know, Ascendance and Unorthodox might just have to share this position from now on for a little bit longer at least, because they're now down to a 2v2 situation. As you can hear here, Rise is getting a little bit closer. With this zone shift, it went exactly where expected. It looks like Boomers and Nightly Esports are now in a fight here on this. Oh, I tried clicking on the, I was gonna say on the hill, but the word actually blanked my mind. It looks like getting the knock on the Doobie. Oh, sneak attack actually getting knocked from Wazuppy. Wazuppy still alive now, throwing out some util here. Spotting out Morns as well, but runs out of bullets in his barrel. Unfortunately, taken out by Gribbles and that drive-by. I feel like Wazuppy might have gotten the knock onto Morns as well if he didn't run out of ammo. Dips free, realizing that they're not going to be able to cross any other way than just absolutely sending it into the water. Now swimming towards land, is going to meet an angry evil pickle here. There we go. Creepers trying to shoot with his gun at his side is taken down. Stone Storm, the last one up for Tilt Town. No, the last one in the water, I should say, for Tilt Town. Trying to survive at 18 HP after he was getting shot at from afar. And now Dips Free and Nightly Esports are going to fight off of this. Here we go. Plus spotted exactly where Morns is. A nice headshot onto him, taking down around half HP. Spotting out Gribbles as well in that rotation. Almost gets a knock onto him, but Morns peeks at just the right time to take him out. There we go. Cheapers finally knocking down Morns. They need to take out Sneak Attack. Oh no, Potato runs out of ammo in his gun, in his mini, so he can't knock out Sneak Attack. It's now just down to number 1 Potato as his teammates are bleeding out in front of him, and it looks like Nightly Esports having enough people to be able to go for the res. It is a 3v1, and there we go. Dipstreet is actually eliminated from an entirely different team. It is going to be Stone Storm finally reappearing after healing up. Looks like True Sight was finally eliminated as well. They're the ones that were very close in these buildings between 3 teams. So unfortunately, it looks like Zolmox tried to pushed into that little shed there, and SDR just threw a little bit of a nade in there and took him out. Oh my goodness, actually those guys decided to be aggressive onto Nightly Esports and pushed them. You Cannot Redo is currently down. Gribbles is now down. Kaya about to be spotted out by Flax. A nade directly on him from his own teammate, I believe, is now taking down from above. Let's see who else can do something. It's only down to your boy Cowboy currently with the Groza having to push on over. I think it might just be Morns too. There you go, he ended up spotting him out, but they both know exactly where each other are, and he's currently going for the res. And a Sneak Attack. Oh, but Stone Storm now standing up at just the right time. Morns having to be out in the open at 34 HP. Takes him down. Goes for the flush as well. And now Gribbles and Kite. It's a 2v1 situation. He's going to go for the heal on this. If they throw one nade, they can take him out. But it looks like they're deciding to push together. Tries to go for the peek. Ends up taking down another one. It's still a 1v1 between Kite and it's your boy Cowboy. He's 19 bullets inside of his gun. What's he going to do? He throws out a Molotov. Let's see. Oh, there he is. He spotted him out. Kite knows exactly where he is. It's Cowboy that has the cover, but he doesn't want to kill his teammate. Oh, he accidentally flushes out his teammate. With 12 bullets left, he's shooting Kite super low. He's be forced to reload with Kite. Just needs one more bullet into him. Oh, and there it is. It's your boy Cowboy takes out Nightly Esports after that. I mean, that was smart of Kite to try and use Redo as cover. And I mean, it worked. He was forced to flush out his teammate. But it is still going to be those guys with 4 kills that's going to continue on living in this game. He needs to find a way to get inside zone, though. It looks like No Cap at it realized that there's an entire team at this compound, threw a few nades, took out Zealot here, who's now slowly bleeding very fast, actually. It looks like he looks like he accidentally clicked into the car when he got out and threw him out on the other side. Imagine if he got knocked there. Ooh, VaLor ended up pushing onto SDR. SDR taken out by them. So now VaLor has their positioning. They want this position because they know that the chances of this pulling back towards Georgia Pool super hard is very slim. So they want to be on the furthest outside of it as possible. Orangutan, I'm gonna admit, has a really good positioning here, especially if they're gonna be able to cross and get in some of these compounds, maybe take that wizard tower as well. Seems like I'm a Leaf from Ascendance also ended up dying here. Sociopath getting the kill with a Molotov. They had seemed to have actually gotten out and into the other apartment, but to the death of I'm a Leaf. So there's the rest of Tiltown. They're actually far on the north side, along with a solo for Orion, it seems. Stonestorm is playing as a solo all the way down here and is soon going to run into It's Your Boy Cowboy, also a solo. But currently, as we mentioned, it looks like No Cap is determined to kill out TAC-8. And Rage Zealot finally dead. Destinator and Weam still alive, trying to hold some sort of an angle to spot him out. There he goes, gets a little bit of damage onto Oldless. Oh, but one shot with that SLR is going to take out Destinator, forcing Weam to come get the res immediately, while I bet the rest of No Cap push on this. Yep, here it is. They're pushing. The zone is coming in. Ploob is actually taken down super low from Gang Orangutan. Molotov also thrown in. Oh, and Weam trying to run on over if he spots out Ploob. Oh, that nade is going to land directly beside Ploob, but it's not cooked, meaning it's not going to get him entirely. Weam's now still trying to move out here to spot him. Has the smoke in his way. Oldless is going to take out Destinator once again. I have a feeling he might not have a helmet, but it's going to be retaliative that flushes him out. Is now just down to Weam to continue playing for Tactical 8 here. Looks like No Cap realizing that it's not worth it after getting shot at by Gang Orangutan are going to retreat back to their hill, get into their vehicles to try and go for some sort of rotation. I don't think the solo max till King of Orion is going to move here, to be honest. It also looks like over here, all of these teams inside of Georgia Pool wants to get these points onto Shadru and Savage. It looks like Savage is going to be flushed out. It's just Shadru left on the north side for Tilt Town. So you can see here, they actually did end up pulling all the way over here into Georgia Pool, the town. So this might just be a big building ending. It looks like Stonestorm for Tilt Town ended up finding out it's your boy Cowboy as he was trying to rotate on him on this water ridge. And now Stonestorm is outside zone, is trying to figure out a way inside, especially after Gang Orangutan definitely heard that fight. Like, there's no way that he killed him without being hurt without a suppressor on his weapon. Seems like Attic getting a knock on a Shadru is going to make Tilt Town down to 1 member, being the solo on the south side. Everybody else, however, there are actually quite a few solos. There are 3 solos. We still have a 4-man of No Cap on the north side. Tilt Town finally eliminated, actually. Oh, Nitrogen spotted out the solo here, and he's now focusing inside. I mean, they knew that they heard the bullets on the south, so it's just a matter of waiting at that point. But yeah, so there's 4 4-mans? 3 4-mans, 1 3-man, 2-man, and then 2 solos. Kanga here. Like we've mentioned before, solo has a chance to change a game, an entire game for a team. So Kanga here coming up behind No Cap. I don't think they're any the wiser. If he ends up getting a few knocks here, that would be massive for him. There he is throwing a nade towards Ploob. Did Oldless not hear that? He needs to stand up or he's going to be taken out by Zone. What is he doing? And Orion will be eliminated in 7th here. I don't know where his nade went, but I think Ploob ended up hearing it, so he was able to run away from it. But, oh. Well, Ploob finally found him, but, he ended up dying too. I thought he was gonna throw the nade and then stand up. Like, throw the nade at Ploob, and then stand up and spray Oldless, and then Ploob, but... I don't know. Oh well. I thought that was going to be like massive big brain, but maybe the timing just wasn't correct. It looks like Jeppy Aim is going to get a knock onto Nitrogen 4, ganking Orangutan here. It seems like this Zone pulling away from Gang Game, finally making their position the weakest. They have to figure out how they're going to continue in here. It looks like Tetra did, in fact, make it to the Wizard Tower, so they might end up having to 4-man that Wizard Tower to the north side. The rest of VaLor looks like Zero is playing a little bit of a quiet game, waiting to see if anybody would rotate on towards them. Rise trying to play this 2-story rip of the road. And then, of course, our usual 1-man, 2-man. I have a feeling Beck is in a really bad position here. Oh! Actually, one of them was just taken out. And Menox is going to make that flush happen to Ploob, taken out by Beck. What? Peck's spray onto that is going to take him out. And there goes the flush on him, too. I don't think he ended up getting that. And there we go, the fight between the rest of No Cap taking out Tetra. Let's see if Ohio will be able to do this fight. A nade going directly onto his vehicle, however, so he needs to push on this very soon. Oh, and Oldless is going to peek at the right time and take him out. No Cap has annihilated Gang Orangutan. No Cap still alive with 8 kills and 2 up. Completely damaged from that rotation. Beck now with 3 kills, Ascendance with 4. Only one more team needs to go up before we reveal our top 4 with the most amount of placement points. Of course, it looks like VaLor realizing, knowing that the rest of No Cap is in that Wizard Tower, going to purposely try and hold them out to the best of their abilities, because, I mean, this zone, when it shifts, they could be out. I mean, they have to come out. A bunch of nades coming out. They have 18 more seconds before this phase is completely closed and the next zone starts. No Cap just biding their time, trying to peek to see where people are, but Oldest definitely knows that VaLor is looking directly at them. There we go. The zone actually shifts to the north side on this. So both VaLor and Rise, the 4-man and 3-man, are going to have to move. And when they move, they're going to end up fighting on this road. This is massive for the 2-man and solo on the north side of this road here. There you go. We can already hear the bullets coming on out. I mean, I was going to wonder if VaLor might just try and kill out No Cap first, but I think they're realizing that Rise is the bigger threat right beside them. See Jeppy Aim trying to find any sort of a sighting onto one of the Rise members, peeking in all the windows. You can hear the bullets, but he can't spot anybody out. Rise definitely playing this very carefully. We can hear a bunch of smokes coming on out. Are they trying to do some sort of a smoke path? That's exactly what No Cap is doing. They have a car, so they're going to end up being able to play on the cover of that cement block. They know that Beck is there now. Beck moving to this compound is definitely smart on his part. Unfortunately, he's not going to get the down onto Menox, though, so there still is going to be a 2-man directly outside of his building. Again, super quiet. Rise and VaLor are going to be the ones to move. Colton trying to play something here. I think he knows exactly where No Cap is, so he's waiting to spot them out with that 2x M4. He's currently inside zone here. Oh, there we go. Zero spotting out Casey from No Cap, and Colton waiting patiently takes down Oldless, so there's just one more member from No Cap there. They're trying to go get the flush onto Casey too. I don't think that nade actually gets him out, so now Rise is down to 3, and they're going to be forced to try and rotate on to the north side. I mean, if Unorthodox is watching this carefully, they'll get these knocks too. But currently, Jappy aim taking out Chilla as well. Fox and Moratorium super low HP. Let's see what Jeppy can see. Takes on Moratorium as well. With all of those smokes, look at this, just Fox left, and Fox, I don't think he has time to do any of those resets, so he's going to try to move. He's instantly taken down by Unorthodox, so our top 4 is going to be revealed. Our 4-man, unfortunately, didn't move fast enough. I feel like if they wanted to survive, should have smoked out earlier, pushed onto VaLor. Not quite sure, but the waiting definitely didn't help out. And Zero spotting out Beck inside the building will eliminate them as well into 4th place. No cap. Oh, Manox trying to creep on over. It looks like VaLor's just dominating this game so far, just killing all of these teams here. They have a lot of eliminations here, but only 8 kills so far. I mean, definitely nothing to scoff at. VaLor with 8 kills and 3 up versus our 2-man of Unorthodox. You So Ugly and Sociopath currently with 3 kills. If they want to win this game, they need to start getting active. It looks like to me that while they have this big building, it might be VaLor that has the better opportunity here with this 3-stack, because if you can see the dot, it's going to be this building that has a lot more sight lines, a lot more ways to be looking out potentially than this building. Not to mention the numbers. It looks like Zero is currently trying to play the road so that they're not all grouped up on top of each other. Oh, and trying to push on over. I was going to say this would be massive if he got to this half wall. And he does, in fact, make it. Sociopath just barely missing out on a spray into him, choosing to try and heal since he's only at 35 HP. Unfortunately, doesn't get the knock into Zero. I think that was a much-needed knock. Like, if he got that knock, it would have changed this game entirely. But with this zone slowly coming in, Sociopath is going to be forced to start crawling in the smoke with Zero right in front of him. We can see that he's still on the half wall. I don't think Socio can see anything, and soon he'll start taking some damage. There you go, now outside, spotted out by Colton here. Ends up trying to win the fight and then takes him down, but Zero still alive now at the tree, taking a lot of zone damage. Socio goes down to the zone, but Colton would be down as well. It's now just So Ugly versus Jeppy, and VaLor is going to win our last game today with 9 kills. That was so close. Like, I think Jeppy was almost pushed outside of zone there. That was so close. So with that, Jeppy, Zero, and Colton all with 3 kills each. Sociopath with 4. Olus with 4. You see Beck with 4. 4 Ascendance. Retaliative with 4. Stonestorm with 3. It's your Cowboy with 3. And then a lot more 2s and 1s. Morns also with 4 for Nightly. That was an amazing last game. I didn't quite know who was going to win there. But regardless, I'll be right back as soon as the leaderboard is updated. Remember that the leaderboard is currently at a delay, so you might as well just wait for me to talk about it. I'll see you guys very soon.
None of this seems right. What am I holding on to? If it could be black and white, we'd wait till sunrise. 'Cause I'm not gonna stay for a second last chance.
Hello everybody, I am back once again for the last time tonight. It's a little bit quiet, so maybe I'll turn that back on. There you go. Hopefully everyone can still hear me, but a little bit of ambiance for myself so I don't just hear myself talking crazily. But yeah, that was the wrap up of day 1 for Quarantine League Season 7. I think that was a very exciting game to end it off on. But of course, let's go take a look at our leaderboard that is going to be all of the points for today before we continue on. Let's take a look, revealed that, let that load. There it goes. No Cap again securing their first place spot with 69 total points. Then Ascendance Esports in second with 64, and then San Diego Rarity in third with 60. And then a 10-point gap to Orion in fourth place. I think all these guys played very well tonight. They played their all. I think we saw a lot of interesting plays, a lot of fun things to watch and comment off of. But basically, I think our first day of Quarantine League Season 7 was very successful. I'd just like to thank you guys so much for being here again, supporting me, supporting these teams. And yeah, I can't wait to see you guys next time. Reminder that next time is actually happening on Monday, so February the 15th at 8 p.m. EST. I will see you guys there. Bring some more positive vibes, cheer on your teams, and yeah, I'll see you guys then. Do exclamation point leaderboard, exclamation point stats if you guys want to see more than that. Otherwise, I'll see you Monday. Bye, y'all.